We be here. Turn around just a tenacious. I'm too loud. Maybe I thought I was going to sing or something. Is it because I'm in the hallway? I'm going to give that sound the cartos around. They back down. I don't want to have them standing forever. What happened? All right. Appreciate Mr. Yahuah. Everything he's done, allowing us to be here once again. Isn't that right? We certainly appreciate that opportunity. Saying to recognize him in all things. But truly, he is deserving. Isn't that right? Sparing our Kai, keeping us among the living. Certainly praying for our daughter, her Mishra Car, keeping her bread. Certainly got our confidence in Mr. Yahuah. Heard a couple other might be ill. Janae, I think they said she wasn't feeling well. Certainly keep her in Palal as well. Mr. Yahuah is a healer and a keeper. With everything that's going on today in the world, it's definitely the rationale and the reasoning for serving him is there. You'd be a fool not to. And y'all people got y'all mind on doing otherwise you need to reset and consider with everything going on. It's only for you to consider. With all these different things coming on your rocks, he told you to look up. You see your redemption draw up now. And you look, like he said, you can discern the face of the sky. I was telling somebody else, I don't remember getting tornadoes in the winter. I don't remember. They usually came when it was hot. You usually got those summertime, going back almost to fall, maybe catch tornadoes, but I don't ever remember no tornadoes in the wintertime, especially to the magnitude we get now. I know some places, more familiar with it, like Alabama, Mississippi. Those low-lying in, they live across there. She'll probably text it and you get on out West Coast, them bad boys live out that way coming down. Them bad boys dance. I remember one time we flew back from California, had to go through, catch a plane in Denver. I wasn't finished! Somebody stuck their head. Apparently, they had heard us out down the street. I told them, but yeah. And that snowstorm was pretty rough. But when we flew back and we flew over the storm, matter of fact, it was tornadoes all the way back down from Colorado all the way to Arkansas. We didn't get out of them until we got in Arkansas. It was pretty rough. That was like probably one of the third roughest flights I ever had. Yeah. I had enough rough flights out there. I really need to just stay out the air, really. But at that point, you just realize you just got to go and get the way you're going. I just know I won't do nothing over 8.5 hours no more. I'm not interested in standing. After a period of time, you're like, you know what, I want to open the door and just get off. It don't matter what, I'm saying? It's like you've been in a car too long, like, just pull over and just let me stand out for a minute. I don't roll entirely too long. Just let me even on the plane, like, just open the door and let me just walk out on the wing or something. I just can't take sitting there. Especially when you like, I don't know how people sit in them seats, they just sitting, they just like, I can't. Then you got to fight for arm space. Hope somebody move their elbow so you can claim it. You know what I'm saying? That's terrible, man. That's just terrible. They really make airplanes for people to fight. They don't used to act like the people talking about the alcohol. This is where you build a plane. Everybody need a seat. Everybody need an armrest. You know what I'm saying? Everybody need a bathroom. How many of y'all have flown before? That bathroom really confusing. You don't know whether to lean back to pee, lay back, or bend over. You like, who you really designed this for? You walk in and the thing right in your face pushing you back. It's like, this just to hurt somebody. This makes no sense whatsoever. They talking about people having sex on the bathroom. I ain't no freak. I'm just curious. How y'all doing that now? Come one person, I'm having a problem with this thing. I don't know how y'all getting it. I don't know how y'all comfortable. That's crazy. Yeah, they don't really be comfortable. I tell you the truth. I don't think I ever had to take no dunk on no plane. I don't think I have. I know one thing, boy, you better make sure that the only thing you fall out is a turd, because something getting sucked. They'll never get that back. Where that thing open up and pull down, that's it. If there's any low-lying hanging fruit, it's coming out of there, ain't that right? Yeah, we appreciate that. It's just certain things I don't want to do. Maybe we chip out and get my own private plane. What y'all think about that? I don't want it because I know some nigga going to have to borrow it. Right here, too. Ain't got no, can I get some gas money? I already know. They want gas money and money to tip. They go to Alpharetta. And then they right here in Kanye want to fly to the other end of Kanye. No, that's all right. I try to get me something else. But I appreciate Mr. Yahuah giving us another Yom, sparing our life with everything going on in the world today. Like I said, you can see the leadership of government is at its worst. I've never seen so much riding integrity of people. What's this other guy that just got Santos? Just nothing but a liar. Man, lied about everything. But you see, to get the offer, he lied about being Jewish, his grandparent being Jewish. That's the only thing I do. You have white skin to say your family Jewish, they give you a position. Man lied about where he went to school, lied about where he worked at. Man lied about everything ever happened to him. Then the man told a lie, said he wasn't a liar. Said, people know I got integrity. Everybody knows that the man ain't nothing but a liar. You know what I'm saying? They trying to get, Is he gay? I'll be honest with you. I'm going to tell you like Ray said on Light, you'll find a fire wheel. Is that thing gay? No, it's no telling. I mean, again, this is why, I'm being honest, and I said it before, this is why people who just for right ought to get together. Because it makes no sense that we constantly being governed by some of the rottenest people in the world. The worst people got the most prominent position, and these people have positions that impact all of our lives. I mean, Putin, all these people need to be out of office. When you really think about it, how we all set up to hate people, it's basically from governments. Rich people and poor people hate each other because of governments. Governments doesn't typically charge what lower income people or lower income, I ain't just talking about income people feel like rich people should be charged. Rich people don't feel like lower income people are charged the amount they should be charged. So basically the government plays a game with both people, lying to both people, telling the poor, lower income people, you need a break. Then they're telling the rich, you need a break. Then the whole time they come and they'll sabotage and take from one, and they don't actually give it to the other one, they just steal it. Then they make the other one, then the people they take from, you hate the other. Like if our taxes increase, we naturally hate the rich. We don't look at the government that takes the money. You just naturally just prone and targeted to hate people that make more money because you don't feel like they pay their fair share. Well, then the people that make more money feel like if they take 3% of what I make, if I'm a billionaire, how many people did it take that make a lower income to equate to that much money? You see what I'm saying? They're looking at 3%. If I make $1 billion, who got the numbers? 3% of $1 billion ought to be what? 3 million? 3 million? So how many people did take a lower income to make up $3 million in taxes? So they're looking at, I pay enough taxes. So if you get taxed at 10% or 15 or 20%, then you got to consider they pay. Then you got a person who makes a lower income who might be taxed at 10%, 15%. They're looking at, you don't actually pay what I pay, but based off the amount of what you make. You see what I'm saying? That makes up the difference. So I just really think the governments take too much money, because the money don't actually go to help people. It actually go to fund these people to sit in here, make these bogus laws and bills that make everybody hate each other. They got poor people living out on the street. I don't see how I ride through Atlanta. It's just disgusting. I'm riding down the street and I'm watching people live on the street. I mean, you got a house on the sidewalk. I'm riding down, I rode down, what is this? I rode down this thing all my life. I mean, once all my life, I remember this. What is this? I know she know that. I know my mother know what that street is. If you came out of Crawford Lawn from the emergency room, where the ambulance come in, you know what I'm talking about? From the old side. You know what I'm talking about? If you made a left and went down that red light and made a left, it'll put you on the expressway. You know what I'm talking about? What is that street? No, that's not Pryor. That's not, I think it would be West Peachtree if you went back to no. If you came out from where the ambulance used to come in at, where the emergency, if you came out and made a left, if you went to the right, that's Peachtree. Go left, that's not West Peachtree, because I just came down that street the other day, me and my wife. If you make that left at that traffic light and you go down, you can go, don't get on the expressway though, you're gonna keep straight. Man, look at him, man. Listen, I thought I was gonna kill somebody. I seen so much, I thought I had drove in a horror movie. They had so much stuff. I was looking around like, that's not Prescott. What? Not Lindy. I cannot. Whatever it is. Listen, man, when I tell y'all, listen, for Atlanta, and that's right, it was horrible. Man, these folks, tents, buggies. I'm sitting here looking at this, I'm like, what in the world going on in Atlanta? You talking about this in the heart. You're like, how do you, I don't know. That stuff like that shouldn't be. I'm just being, people say what they want. You got a lot of people that's on the street that's mentally ill. You have some people, yes, on the street that, I say this. Now, let me say this. I don't believe there's nobody that's living on the street that don't want to do nothing. I think a lot of people just look at the options. A lot of people tired of the rat race. Just being honest. I don't think people don't want to do that. It's just hard to keep up. Because in order to have something, what you have to do, that's why a lot of people don't not try to, low achievers. They look at it's just more responsibility. And then how do you keep up? People say, once you get a house, okay, get a house. Then what? I got to keep the house up. I got to get the grass cut. Now all the maintenance follow me versus when I was renting, I didn't have to worry about that. That was somebody else's responsibility. So now when a lot of people are afraid of the responsibility of it because it challenges you and it actually starts to cost you more. What looks like you're saving looks like, wow, I just really increased my debt load. And some people just panic and just give up. Man, you feel like you don't get a break. This is something I was talking about, coming sheet they'll call Wednesday night. It's easy for people to give up when you look at, you're running and you look like you ain't going nowhere, like you're running in place. And it's a marathon. When you're looking at it like you never get ahead. It look like as soon as you pay something, some other bogus bill will come out from somewhere. Somebody done hunted you down for something. You're like, are you serious? You should have been came again. No, we come at the right time, right when we know you busted. And we send it to you and overload your mind. It's a lot. And we have to address these things because at the end of the day, we got to work on our salvation. When he told you to work out your own salvation with fear and trembling, and that's something that everybody has to sit down and consider. Your salvation has to be primary on everything you're doing, above all and everything. But let's be realistic. You deal with a real life. That bill is not spirit. That's a natural bill. And that bill is attacking you. It's got to be paid. Some are going to be cut off, or the next bill say collection, which means we're going to the credit. And the day they have a setup where sometimes, years ago, people look at, I ain't worried about credit. I ain't trying to do nothing, buy nothing. But now they got you where you can't even rent. They really have, and so a lot now, the era of, yeah, my credit messed up, but you can rent, you can do other things, it's over with. So now you got people scrambling looking at how can I repair my credit? I've lived, I don't think it's everybody being irresponsible. Some people are irresponsible, but some had just been, the debt load had just overwhelmed me. And I had to start balancing bills, primary light bills, gas, water. I need an automobile to get around, car insurance because you're going to jail, versus these credit cards or some other bills, a hospital bill. I just got to let them roll. And now it starts to compile on you. You realize, okay, that's just on my credit. I'm going to get it later. And you constantly doing other things. And these major bills are the most important. You got to have a roof over your head. You got to have groceries. You got to have gas to get to where you're going, to get enough money to have pay the bills you got. So with all that coming on, it's a lot to deal with and encompass salvation. And I think the reason why we're talking about it is to be realistic, because with, regardless of all of these things you deal with, you still got to make sure salvation is your primary. Just like me, I'm a strong proponent for the so-called Negro having liberation. Always for the religious end of our people first. The religious part of our people, that just don't include the Negro people, so-called Negro people. It includes the people that have a mind to serve Yahuah. At the same time, you look at, there is a need for the people to have an equality. It needs to be an equality. Even the book taught about equality. When we gathered in the home, when we gathered in the manor, he said, every man according to his eating. He said, he that had little had nothing, had no lack, and he that gathered much had nothing over. He said that it might be equality. So if he set up a premise and a system where there could be equality, surely these people can. It should be equality. At the end of the day, it should be equality. And I don't think people should be living homeless on the street. I think that's a disgrace to any country, not just America, any country around the world. I think it's a disgrace. We waste enough money. We mess up. If we got money to pay $1,500 for a front row seat to sit down at a theater, people say, well, that's your choice. Yeah, you're right, it's your choice. But if we can sell tickets, that surely we can take the proceeds of some of that and we can get a building and put people somewhere where they can live, at least decent. I mean, at least that's your, and then listen, I'll make you work. I'll lock you up. I'll lock you up. Every morning you get up, you'll be working. I'll make you work so hard, you'll get a job. You'll say, I don't even want to be here. I'm finna get me a job, get on my feet and get some. Because you come, listen, I'll make you the nicest meal you had. Your bed be so fluffy. By 5:30 in the morning, that's over. That bed gonna flip you and throw you straight on the ground. Listen, you got 5 minutes to get yourself ready. You going to work. I'm going to work you sun up to sundown. Get a lot. I'm telling you, how you force their hand. You'll make them want to get out there. Listen, you'll make them want to go to work and make them do something for themselves. But you got people that in dire situation where they have a handicap, they have a mental illness, or different things that just happen to them. Some of them dealing with trauma. Our veterans, it make no sense for people to go fight for their country and you sit around and you deal with some of the stuff these people deal with. And then they hold them to, okay, I seen you laugh. You don't need no check. Wow. I can't laugh. They hope you can't laugh. These veterans tell you can't laugh. You better not be happy. They see you running. It can just be you trying to see, can you move? Your check finna get cut. They push people into being criminals versus you put your life on the line. You did something that the average person will not do. On the stake, you might not come home. Police officers should be paid decent. We had a conversation on the show last night. I think they were saying they were underpaid. I don't think that's the case on every end. I just think you got to really look at people and you got to train people better. I think the training that they give them needs to be a lot better. Don't take the job if you're going to say, well, I'm just here to arrest people. You don't need this job. It's just like a teacher. If you want to go to school and just teach kids, we don't need you. Right. It's no way not to get involved. You're dealing with kids that, this makes no sense. If you're a school teacher, you're in a class, some of your students are being abused. Sexually, mentally, some of your kids are not eating. This is the norm. If you got 30 kids, one of these kids or 3 of these kids are dealing with some type of trauma. If you want to deal with, that ain't my job, I'm just putting something on the board. We don't need you. We don't need you. We really don't need you because you grown up. We knew kids when we grew up. How many of y'all, I told you about I grew up with some kids, man, they smelled like straight, fresh piss every day. And then one of the girls wrote a paper on why they smelled like piss. She did. We kids. You kids, you laugh. And the kid told them, hey, the little brother, all of them had to sleep in the same bed. The younger brother would piss in the bed. They all slept in the bed. When they got up, and you can say the parent irresponsible. Do you know how many parents hadn't been taught how to properly bathe or take care of a child? A lot of people hadn't been taught. And you can blame people. Then you got to look at if the mother didn't know, what was the chance that her parents knew? Because a lot of people so struggling to go and to try to make it and just try to make ends meet, you forget these are basic necessities. These are things you need to know. These are primary little things you need to know. So they don't know. So we need to be able to set up a society where, or let's do this. I don't know if this society can be fixed. Honestly, I think it just need to be torn down and build another one. Yeah. Sometimes when things get too far gone, you can't fix it. Just really need to establish another one. And it need to be law. People can say, well, that's a socialist society. Everybody was good with the socialist society when COVID came and they were getting checks. I ain't seen nobody holler, I'm getting back PPPs and nothing else, because that's socialism. The government bailed out businesses. The government bailed out I ain't even talking about the people now. I'm talking about companies that got paid. Mortgage companies who didn't get their money from mortgagees because they didn't have it, got money from the federal government. That's socialism. Your company should have collapsed. You should have went for eviction on the people, and all you would have did then was another problem, because those people help you out with living in those houses because you can't insure vacant homes. And once those homes got vandalized, and once that house closed up and nobody in, now you got to deal with mold, which means now you got to go through about all the sheetrock. On top of you ain't getting paid. You can't insure an empty house with no one living in it, so now we got a problem. So I don't know why white, black folks who call themselves a trigger and whoever you are, and they come up with this great knowledge of pull yourself up. All these bastards live off socialism. September 11th, every airline should be out of business. I'm sorry, I do apologize. September the 15th. Because these people were losing millions of dollars a day. There's no way they could afford it after 3 and 4 days in a week. Government bailed them out. That's called socialism. At low interest rate paybacks. I'm sorry, GM, Chrysler, and Ford should all be shut down. They all failed. All these people worked out earmarked bills. Let me tell you something. All these people that run their mouth, you come out look like they bounce back. None of these people have recovered. These people took money from taxpayers. But they will hold your feet to the fire of what you need to do and how you need to get out here because they use you. And because no one really informs you, they make you look like you're the beggar, you're the thief, you're the reason why the country's in a hole. You're in the hole because thieves and crooks and liars are running the country. Again, we just got another president, confidential classified files in his house, and he was the vice president. And these were Obama files. You think, I honestly believe his team found the papers and they decided to call him in? No. What I believe happened, some of Trump people were informed he got these papers. And when he found out they were coming, he like, let me jump on the phone and call them before they get him. And like we talk, I don't believe that. Classified top secret file in your garage. White people are irresponsible. They can say what they want, irresponsible. These people sit around and they'll charge and challenge you with all that stuff. Irresponsible. Why would anything I brought from the White House be in my garage? Because they're irresponsible. They keep things because they always want to keep something on the next presidency coming in. They want to make sure they keep, don't be stupid. The only reason for they keep it is to make sure they got dirt on other people. They all do dirt. You don't have one person sitting in the office hadn't done dirt. They're all dirty. They're all filthy. That's why they take the position. Anybody clean try to take the position, they're going to fight them, they're going to blackmail them, and they're going to run them out of office. Well, having said all that, that's why it's a need for us to stay focused. It's a need for us to build and work together to establish a society that works for us. We have to establish a society inside this society. Other societies do it. Skull and Bones, the Masonry, all these other groups, they all established. Think about it. Why you think these fraternities all established? They established themselves secret society inside the society. America has always had secret societies. They kept secrets from Benjamin Franklin. They say he ran his mouth too much. They don't tell y'all that, did they? Did you know they didn't trust Benjamin Franklin? They felt like he ran his mouth too much. But that'll make you love him. You'll call him one of your fathers of the country. He might be your father because 9 times he had slaves and 9 times he did bang your grandmama. So Benjamin Franklin is very well your father. But we have to work on two plights. The major plight is our salvation, while still trying to balance, trying to make it and survive or keep some type of tranquility. I don't want us to just survive. People say that I don't want to just survive. That's bad. When you just survive, it's dangerous. It puts too much pressure on you. And anytime you keep too much pressure load, this is going to affect your blood pressure, heart rate, and other things you get. That's why we're so sickly. That's just being honest. We're sickly. We got to start looking at the foods we eat, too. A lot of us got to start looking. A lot of y'all stay too sick. A lot of stuff, y'all get rid of the Doritos, get rid of a lot of this junk from these kids. Get rid of this. I'm being honest with you. You got to get rid of a lot of this stuff. It's killing us. It might look good, look quick snack. These quick snacks killing us. Quickly we staying sick. Got to get rid of these juice boxes. Okay, y'all listen. Let's do the math. Let's do this then. These kids staying regular sick. We got to start looking at the diets. You got to start looking at the diet. I know it's quick fix, but quick fix killing us. Let me tell you what kids need. Kids need meals. I know they hurt y'all because this work you don't want to do. You're like, you don't understand. I understand this. Do the math on how much they sick and how you using quick meals. Which one making sense? If you had a job, you'll be fired. There's no way these people will keep you. So we have to start looking at what we got to start implementing that they've taken away from us. Some of the food they're giving us is depleting us. I sent y'all out some of the vitamin D pills I take. Don't watch it. I take Source Naturals. Usually I would have caught a cold before now and been down. I usually get about 1 or 2 a year like that, but I've been, through the corner of Yahuah, some things I'll take it. But start looking at the vitamin D because you're not getting it from the sun, from the shamash. It's just not possible for you to stay out there, especially in the wintertime. So we got to start looking at implementing changes some of our foods we're eating and making sure we start changing things. You can't. How many times can you stay out sick? I ain't talking about here. Just it's a constant. At some point, we got to start how to clean them out. We used to give them laxatives. Y'all remember that? Start giving them laxatives. We got to start cleaning out the system. Because every food you eat don't come out. I don't care what you take. It's impossible every food you eat to come out. So periodically, we all need to do a clean. I'm talking about adults too now. We need to start doing a cleansing. A lot of this stuff, the dairy is terrible. I don't know why y'all still playing with it. I try not to eat food with no dairy at all. I just try to stay away from it. It clogs you up too bad. And I ate dairy, I don't know, ever since I was a little bitty baby. Never had no clog up, none of that stuff. It tell you what they're doing to food. The people tell you they want to kill all the cows. What are they going to do with the milk? You don't want none of these people processing. When I come on, you couldn't get away no powdered milk. That's crazy. I know y'all will get it. You'll get it. I know y'all going to buy it because it's cheap. It's quick. Right? You got to worry about it spoiling. Time to get them away from you. You want to give them milk, give them coconut. Coconut richer, more potassium than bananas. That stuff y'all need too. How many of y'all take blood pressure pills? You need to eat bananas every day. How many of y'all do it? I already know. Don't even worry about raising your hand because now you're going to be lying. You got to have them because you're stripping your body of potassium. So they're breaking you down. The pills strip your body. They just don't know it yet. They strip you down. In a matter of time, going to rip your kidneys. I tell them, you got to have a banana. You got to go behind these people. Start taking coconut water, good. It's got, listen, the coconut water got more potassium than 3 of them bananas. Somebody don't like to see everything you saying I don't do. Yahuah set up enough different fruits that where it'll provide what you need for your body. Everything they give, if they gave you something for something, it's going to kill something else. Whatever they give you is retarded. It can't, like somebody see you to do something, you don't do what you put, and you did something. They say, you must be retarded. Because I sent you to do one thing. How you messed that up? All the medication retarded. They don't have a medication that's designed to do one thing. When it go in, it takes out everything. So when you got certain fruits, certain vegetables, seeds that you can take, just like for people that battle with cancer, a lot of people don't know that you can eat the apricot seeds. How many of y'all are not familiar with that? Not familiar. Okay, the rest of them are apricot seeds. It has like a cyanide in it. It can go in and kill the cancer and don't bother nothing that's in your body. Y'all do know they want to pass a law it's illegal for you to eat apricot seeds. They want to pass a law it's illegal for you to eat them. You can eat the fruit, you can't eat the seed. I'm going to lock you up. Now, mind you, you're going to throw the seed in the garbage. Put a law there, you got to plant it. Do something constructive that look like you really a conservationist versus, see, if you eat it, you're going to hurt these people setting that radiation. They need you on that table and need you glowing when you leave them. Put you in your microwave. So these are things we need to talk about because if you're going to get people more ruach, spiritual minded, one thing you got to do is you got to try to cure some of the problems they got. America don't believe in cure. Most of y'all don't know well, y'all know a lot of stuff I asked, they done been told. It's just some people y'all don't know be pissed with y'all. They say when I see them hands go up and I know you told them. How many of y'all didn't know his name Yahuah? How many of y'all didn't know he had a son? How many didn't know it's a Bible written with the word in it? Y'all in here, but I ain't gonna do it to you today. Cause you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I try to inform us on things so you can get clarity. Mental clarity, like you gotta figure, just like he talked about a blindness being upon them. For me, you can put a blindness on people when you put other things in front of them or other distractions become a blindness. When you start being distracted because of your health, you start being distracted because you're being stricken, you start being distracted because you got bills, responsibility, you start having other things going on in your marriage. A lot of these things can blind you because this is more pressing than anything else you got to deal with. Let me get this straight. Yahushua even talked about when he asked some of them to follow him. One man said his father had just died. He said he wanted to go and bury his father, then he would follow. Why do you think he said that? Because he was manipulative, because he's just sorry. My dad just died. That's a response, but he let him know, let the dead bury their dead. Follow me. A lot of these things, and for the average of us, I would want to bury my daddy too first. I would think I would be able to, but then you have to be able to detach from everything. And that's to get us to not, because if you think about it, a person dead, what could you really do for him? Yeah, I know, you say it's for them, but it's not for them. Because they're dead. There's nothing you can do for a dead person whatsoever. But I'm not saying not to care about them, but just to consider. Is it a lot of time, is it really for them, or is it for us for our conscience sake? A lot of time it's for us for our conscience, so people can say how well you did. Really, what you put there at the funeral really show how much you cared. I don't know how. But for some reason, that's what the world convinces us of. If you put a lot into them, right there, that's sad. Oh, look at them. Sure, put them away nice. You don't say it loud. Put them away nice. I don't know why they talk quiet. They dead. They can't hear us. For some reason, everybody had to be walking down. Let me start with this one. Come on. Hold on. Let me hug it like that. Because you're at the front, you don't hug hard. Because you don't do that. Bow, you got to do that. Then you walk off slow. Because I don't know if the dead folk, I don't know if it make them upset, if y'all hug too hard, or if you get too loud. Then folk, shh. What you saying? What happened? Somebody dead. I didn't know the volume of my voice was going to disturb them. But I think a lot of this stuff is just what people kind of lock us into or put us into. We want to get the best out of what we have while we're living, because all of us going to cross that threshold. Having said that, we got to work to try to, my goal is to try to work to help put us in a better situation to where we can get past that. Then after that, you'll find another excuse to use. I know a lot of people use that for an excuse, whatever they're going through, and that's why they can't focus or why you can't do what he told you to do, but you don't realize if you don't suffer, you can't reign. I know some of us say we've been suffering a long time, but then ask yourself, why have you been suffering? Has it actually been from the debar or for the debar's sake, or has it been because of the decision that you make? Let's just be honest, a lot of us have been going through a long time, but just because you've been going through a long time, does that mean you've been going through because of the word? Or is that because I've been constantly making the same decisions? And I feel like if I come, it should cover that. It doesn't cover stupidity. See, what I look for, like even I start looking at when Palau, same Palau, when I ask him to learn it, to show me and instruct me, I'm conscious of asking him, if I'm doing something, don't just blot it out. I need to know what I'm doing so I don't repeat the same fact. It doesn't make sense to keep saying, forgive me for something and blot out something if I'm still doing it. Because I'm still in the way of error. I need to know so I can take corrective measures. Because it does. If I'm continuing to repeat the same cycle, then I'm really making void what Yahushua came and done. It's void, because the writings we have after that is about us not committing kata. You don't notice we don't have an altar in here where we go and bring lambs and turtle up. We don't have it. Because it really makes no sense. If we can do that now, then we just made void what he did. He looked at, I put you in a state of, you wouldn't have to do that. It makes the only reason you would be doing that, because there's error and defect. There shouldn't be any error or defect since he came. His end when he came down was instructing and showing them, making them understand the principles, getting them to recollect the ideas of the Torah. Getting to see how you could be doing something and this could be right, but because you neglect something, you just voided that out. So I think it came to give them a consciousness that we are, an awareness that we missed. Y'all got what I'm saying? So our goal is to make sure as we're on this endeavor to get this thing right, that we're not just saying it and we're walking into the same disobedience. See, regardless of what we do, once the debar comes and once it says you got to move away from that, we ain't gonna struggle with that. We got to move away from it. We don't attach to nothing. We don't want to be attached to nothing to where anything y'all can't stop it because you don't overindulge yourself. You don't overattach it. We got to detach. It don't make no difference. We be using that word. Y'all heard me use them? Okay, how to detach. I ain't struggling with now. What's the struggle with? Because you know what? It's for a reason. It don't matter how long you've been doing something. Once the man say stop, that's it. He told them people they know something, and once they came to knowledge of it, he said, that's kata. So he said, so since you know that's kata, you still doing it? At that point, we just move into willfully sinning. Now, if the Mashiach had not come, guess what we could do? Huh? We could have an excuse. We could have a reasoning. We could have something to use to act like, who else has done any better? But because he came and he was the perfect pattern for us to follow, we have to be able to move from it. People say, well, why you did it or why you do it? I mean, a lot of things he do, everybody got to take correction, including me. There's nobody he'll put in place that can't take correction. You can't take correction, I can't use you. Hello? He can't use you. He don't care what you think and how you feel, how you look at something, he can't use you. Hello? That's the mindset. We have to be able to change. People got to see something different. You know what people have seen for years? Leadership cover up and lie. It's been a bad premise for a long time, and it's falling back on him. Because people attach every preacher to him, and people don't realize, you know what I'm saying? He put down the creeds. It's up to us to follow it. Y'all got it. Now, if we're willing to be reckless and we're willing to lead people the wrong way, he said, just know how bad it's going to be for you later. It's not going to be without no severity, no consequences. So it makes, now when I'm telling y'all about consider and going back and we trying to reconstruct to make sure we got that right, this for everybody. You can't get too indulged in nothing, you can't stop it. Hello? I don't care what it is. I ain't talking about just no word, anything. Because at the end of the day, what did you come here for? If you ain't in a sense of looking at whatever I got to detach from, whatever I got to let go, why am I doing it? It's only so I can be saved. Well, he can say it don't have to be, this is something too that we all want to consider. Everything is not about it's being a sin, as he told, it can be a weight. It can be a distraction. It can be a hindrance. It can cause somebody else to fall. And when you connect and you attach to people, you have to consider. It's bad when we get to a state, it don't matter what you think. I don't care how you look at it. That's your problem. Get over it. We have to consider that we're interdependent. We all connect to one another. We all work off of each other, feed off of each other. So it ain't just here, anywhere. At the end of the goal, people in general, everywhere, I think at that point, he's calling us to a point of everybody really considering and not kind of losing sight of what you came for. That's to make sure we're right and we get saved, okay? That's what everything we got. I mean, if just coming, just like with Yahuah when he brought them out of Mitzrayim. I mean, he brought them out, but he realized it was needful to get them instructions with it. It was needful for them to know him. Isn't that right? And understand, I secure your salvation. I need you to understand the importance of what happened. I came back and I got you after a long period of time to show you I don't forget. Y'all got it? That I zakat this, that I marked it to remember it, that I was coming back to get you in the fourth to the dollars, just like I told you. After 400 years, man, lifespan at the time was about 100 years. And yet he remember, I came back and I got you, just like I said it. So they were recollecting, letting know that he is an Elohim of his word. And it makes sense for us to be the same people. Our book told us, so say. It makes sense if I make you in my image and my likeness. I want you to do the same thing. I want you to say it and I want you to do. I want you to be mindful of why you do things. Don't let people talk you out or your plight for your salvation. Hello? Like me, I ain't discouraged. I'm not discouraged about my salvation. I hate the situation that we deal with here. Well, I was looking at the video that they posted last night. We were looking at about the young man who was tasered. You know, and I'm a proponent for. I don't think law enforcement should put up with foolishness. I think that as humans, all of us, we should have some type of empathy for ourselves. Now, on that issue, knowing he done ran away from an accident, he didn't have enough empathy to consider somebody, especially if somebody else was hurt. I don't think a whole lot of time should have been bothered chasing him down either. If I'm telling you, I ain't got time to keep talking to you, you already ran, I got to look at a couple of things with me. You either got a gun or you trying to get rid of something. I need to make sure that first thing, he's doing too much moving around. But once you got a person down on the ground, they handcuffed facing the ground, I don't know. I mean, would they teach still taser if you handcuffed and you facing the ground, taser? I didn't think so. I got folks in here, some of these folks in here, you know, they brain surgeon, they would say that. Because I don't know how, if you're on the ground, facing the ground, your hand behind you, you handcuffed, you're not a threat to me at that point. Not the way I got to taser you. There's other techniques I can do to get you to stop. The taser, I'm telling you, you get hit with that thing comes right at the back of your heart. Even if it's not purpose, you see how it opens up a door? And this is the problem it becomes. This man might very well not be racist, because I don't think he was racist. Because if you just look at how he dealt with him on initial police jumped out there and I had to come chase you. You getting yours right here. You ain't move. All that move around, I shot you. Especially you went behind my motorcycle. I'm saying shoot you. Because you're doing too much moving. I don't know what you got going on. I seen then was, to me, a good time to pop him. Well, when I told you to do something here, and you moving on around, you going behind me, because I don't know if you finna pop on that motorcycle. You got this one. You know what I'm saying? What I'd have did, I'd have put like a toast in his hand, just to plug. Now to pop it, I want to stuck some bread in it. I just want to see what happened. But once you handcuffed on the ground, facing the ground, no. That made no sense, especially the three of us. It's different. I mean, it's different. If I'm on the ground with you rolling on me, you still moving, you still going, but you facing the ground. I got to already put something. To me, I think they should kind of educate. It ain't every police. There's some on. A lot of people, this was something we don't realize now, for my generation. More people now are mentally ill I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. I have never seen so many mentally ill. The average person is mentally ill. It made no sense for you to have the job and say you can't. The average person is mentally ill now. I'm talking about, I've never seen it before in my life. I'm like, so many mentally ill, bipolar. Listen, man, we bought Now Laters, Boston Baked Bean. I ain't never bought no Polar. Don't worry about y'all didn't clap. That mean y'all haters. Don't worry about that. But you know, I'm just saying, we got to get out of this. No, we're not. This, for me, everybody, we got to get out of, it ain't my problem, that's not my responsibility. We all humans. How that's not our responsibility? Some things are just, I mean, come on. It's on the back of the man's heart. I'm just letting this thing go. You ain't racist, but this is such a bad decision. Now, you know what other officers ought to be pissed with? You put me in a bad spot. Because now you're going to make me hurt somebody black who going to holler, y'all crackers trying to, y'all crackers. You put me in a bad, and this is under with white police. They ought to be tired of it. The ones who don't go with bad policing. If we put a big enough penalty on bad policing, we won't have to use racists. Unfortunately, to get the just due, you have to holler racist. It's bad. And every cop is not racist. It's just so many bad policing, such piss poor policing. I mean, let's do the math. Let's see what mitigating factor is going on here. He black, you white. Because, or you just going to have to admit, you know what, really, I'm just retarded. I'm really retarded. I ain't got no business with this job. So we can decipher. It's like when that Caucasian lady, when she shot the black guy, she shot a taser, and shot him. She should have been fired because this incompetence. I really don't think she was racist. I don't. I didn't get that from her. It was bad policing. It was really bad. She hollering taser. And let's say this. When you moving fast and he's fumbling around, again, people don't realize this. That's one of the honest jobs that when you leave, it's almost 100% chance you ain't coming back. Everybody leave their house, you ain't gonna believe it. They want to get back home. So I ain't gonna waste a whole lot of time trying to say, maybe you mentally ill, maybe you ain't got nothing, maybe you honest, and I wind up dead. It's better if it's you. Now, that's a good judgment call when it comes down to something where we're moving real time and it's critical, but at the same time, you got to balance. I got to be sure, because I don't want to spend, even if you win, you can waste up so much money in court cases going through the criminal stuff to where you can't get the job back. Someone can say, listen, really, I'm with you, but it was so bad, I just can't afford to keep you here. I'm telling you, it's a lot of players, they agree with me, it's just, I can't afford the press. You're going to wind up getting somebody else hurt. People don't realize it's people hold vendettas. It's people, when the police come, they hand them the gun, because they're like, this crack ain't killing me. That's not every police. So now, you risking at this point, you have to make a decision on, is it profitable to keep you, because you're going to wind up putting another officer. Now when I got 3-4 shooters in my precinct, you got to come see me. I know you got to talk to the head honcho and realize we need to talk. That's a lot of shoots coming out of him. And you know what happened to the big head? We got to let you go. What y'all say they did right here in Atlanta with Atlanta chief, the folk, when that shooting happened at Wendy's, that was not no racist shoot. I don't know what black people talking about. That was stupid. He asked for all that. Let me tell you something. I'm a nigga. He'd have swung at me, I'd have shot him. You don't, listen, you take me with all this uniform on, I got billy club, I got light, all that stuff. I got gun, I got taser, I got vest badge, I got everything. I'm tired and I'm pissed. I'm put about 7 hours in already. And when I go up and my feet come over like that, I slam on that pavement in a windy parking lot and some of them fried up mashed in my shirt. I got about 6 eye potatoes, some frosted, and my pants wet back here. And you don't done this? Mm-mm. You ain't gonna work. No, you was shot right here in the motion. That's when he should have been shot. That's critical. You don't went way beyond. You talking about I done went up, down, back, and flipped over? No. We gotta give you something for this. And you done took the taser, you done grabbed my taser. At this point, this could have easily been this way. Do y'all understand? This guy's job, you grabbed the taser, this could have easily been from here to here. Now I'm on the ground, whoop, 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 this is gonna be bad. You going to jail, you gonna get the death penalty, but that's 3 of us dead. So at best, one of us get dead, one of us die right here. This real time I'm flipped over, laying on my back, frosted right, and if it ain't no frosted fry, by the time they get there, I cut the bite, I'm going inside winning, I'm gonna get that frosted machine, cut it on, I'm just sit up on that frosted machine like this, rub that in there, get some of the fry, and tell somebody to rub on my back with some of that grease. Doc said, don't burn me, the old grease. Rub it, then go down there and lay back down there. When they get there, I said, I'm glad y'all here. I had to do what I had to do. They be like, good shot, good kill. But, of course, a little bit exaggeration, just a little bit. I wasn't sitting rubbing it, I just started letting it now. But stuff like that, and then you turn around, you shoot the taser when it comes, you went too far. I want to pay 1 dime, City of Atlanta shouldn't have paid a dime. That was the worst, just dumbest decision ever called Boom Bottom, whatever her name was, just the most retarded male we ever had in Atlanta. She was more worried about her hair than common sense. And she blowed that whole case and that was not a racist kill. Black folk more, I don't think black people really thought. And I'm gonna tell you what happened. They really rile up ignorant black people, and ignorant black people don't sound the thing. Say, look at this. Let me take it. You know how many niggas shoot niggas if you slap them? You done been flipped over on the ground, your stuff taken. Ain't nobody doing it, so why you think I'm gonna do it? And the thing was, they didn't mishandle him. They got the man out of you in the drive-through sleep. Your foot come out. Y'all, how many of y'all done went through a drive-through and you don't walk between cars? Some car right, you don't. Think you walking through there with your baby. He walking through his son, and that joker foot come out the gate, and he done smashed between another car. And by the time they can get me out the car, get my foot out the gate, because the door locked, the kid done died. That's when you want him dead. That's when they want to kill him. See, people don't think of what y'all looking at. Then I hear all these folks, they could have just took him home to get, nigga, when they take DUI folk home, let them cool off. You could have went home and got drunk. You put other people's lives in danger, you being here. They told me he was under private. No. If you sitting in your car and you drunk and your keys in the ignition, you still driving drunk. Take the keys out the ignition because the intent is there. I wasn't going to drive. Your keys, that's what you saying because I'm finna lock you up. Your keys in the ignition. What's stopping you? If you had the keys out your pocket, I had no intent on driving. My keys were out of the ignition in my pocket. I was sleeping out because I realized I was drunk. Argumentative. We can't argue when the key in the ignition. What's to stop you from doing it? You drunk, remember? So your thinking is not there. Your key should be ignition. You were thinking you should have never drove. Some stuff I don't get. I never drove when I was drunk. I was chilling. Hold on. Nicole, let on write your name on the board. I was chilling. I wasn't drunk. I was chilling. It's a difference between being drunk. If you drunk, you're a wreck. I was chilling. Hello? I've never been DUI. I taught some police out of gave me a ticket one time for DUI. I wasn't DUI. I was chilling. They went for it too. Man, we had went to see some friends of mine, and we had popped down these apartments. We went there to see them, and some people standing. They were all outside chilling. They were standing with girls, standing out between the guys. We standing. I said, "Where Vern?" We said, "Where Vern at?" They said, "Oh man, he upstairs." So we went upstairs. We walked up, knocked on the door. Boom, 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 boom. He ain't on the door. Then dude, he said, "Man, what y'all?" We like, "Man, on the door, man. What's up?" He said, "Man, they let y'all up here." We like, "Who?" They said, "We said the police." We like, "The police?" They said, man, that's the police. He said, man, that's the police them down there. I said, God. We played out. We just walked on back down the step. We walked back down one, and they were like, they said, Vernon was up there? We said, no. Please. We all knew it was coming. Oh, man, they started, sir, we didn't have nothing. I said, you're going to lose your job. He said, what? I said, you don't know who my dad is. I said, you going to, listen, I did. I told him, I said, then he searching. I said, you fired, come tomorrow. He'll say, listen, that's your head. He said, who your dad is? I said, you gonna know tomorrow. I said, when you lose your job. I said, you gonna know. He kept saying, he said, who? I said, come tomorrow. I said, you fired. I said, listen, he bought all of, listen, he kept, I mean, he said, who your dad is? I said, don't worry about it. I said, when you get fired tomorrow, you gonna know. Listen, I get in my car, I closed my door, they got in the car, we drive, listen, he called the red car, police was sent all that, he called the red and told them, don't stop the car. I did, played him out, and we got out of there. Woo, boy, that thing worked. Woo, that thing worked. Listen, I ain't have no insurance, I was lit up. I said, boy, he showed, yeah, he went for that one. He called them jokers out. Listen, he hit that red and told the joke, they were sitting at the top, let them joker, don't even stop it, they keep going. That joke, where he like, he said, who your dad? Don't even worry about it. Now, don't y'all try it, because they probably watching the video. They'll be like, you go there with Tony Smith, don't you? Like, you're in trouble. But all those are life learning experiences. You learn what to do and what not to do. End of the day, what we want to do? We want to be saved. We want better while we're here now. We can take a little better while we're here. Right? I got to get me some better. I done had the worst of that place, so we need to get us a little better at it. So we're going to try to move forward and see what we can do, because we can see the place it's riding, it's going down to degradation. And what we need is more people minded to say, time for change. I don't know how we sit here and we wind up letting the bad people outnumber the good people. I mean, really, the good people just sorry. All the good people sorry. All of them, how we done sat here now, gay folk come in the bathroom, and kids can get sex operation, and child molesting can be let out of jail early. Apparently, it's not enough of us. Must be like 3, 4 of us or something. Apparently, we don't vote. We don't do nothing. I just don't get it. Then did California let all these people out, these child molesters out? When December they put to let all the child molesters out? Nobody don't remember now. What was it? Last year, I'm saying, what, December? Yeah, they're supposed to be releasing these homosexuals. Then they wonder why it flooded up there. Why watch now? I told y'all, 2 of our most unintelligent states, California and New York. States are just not there. Okay, what they just let go? Any kid that commit a crime, as long as it ain't murder, they gonna let them out and give them a bond. What I told you? Did I tell these folks they're not intelligent? Listen, these states are designed to make people that kill us all off. Listen, it made no sense to have these conversations. What sense it made to pass out crack pipes? The police arresting people for smoking drugs. Why would the government be giving crack pipes? Right. The police should have been pissed. Why would you be giving governmental crack pipes when we out here with drug agencies trying to bust people for smoking drugs and selling drugs? That ain't the most backward system I've heard in my life. They still got this, what they call it, a Hunter Biden crack pipe? I'm serious. How many of y'all don't know about this? So everybody familiar with it, right? This don't bother y'all. They're going to tell about the Mexicans and their drug coming, but your government, your president is giving out crack pipes. Are the Mexicans really our problem? If I'm giving you, how do you get, look at how you get one of these crack pipes. I know someone here know, I ain't going to bust them out. Jay, look at show how you got your crack pipe. No, I want you to look at how do you get the Joe Biden, I'm just curious, do they have it on there? How you get the Hunter Biden crack pipe? I don't know, I'm asking. Put your name in there so that they know who's doing it. Ain't that right? No, don't put no, that's a how to giant, no. No, I'm just, I haven't seen him. White Hump, no, I don't want to see no film. Joe Biden's son, his crack pipe, Hunter Biden. No, let's put I guess government crack. I don't know what we need to put in him. Didn't y'all see this when they were saying they were giving out? I'm just curious, how do you? Because the reason I want to know, because we need a petition to get it down. We don't need it. The government, that ain't the government responsibility. I don't know why the government would get involved with that. That's outside the scope of government. Most of these people don't know government not there. The will of the people. When the will of the people been to get crack pipes? The government don't have no business. All they supposed to implement is what the will of the people is. They ain't got no business trying to come up with their own stuff. What's an uproar over crack pipes puts, straight up. President Biden has made harm reduction the central pillar of his plan to fight a record number of drug-related deaths, but a conservative backlash is threatening the effort. So them needles? Yeah, narcotic. Yeah, hold on. Somebody said, no, say it again. What kind of needles? You said they syringe needles? Is there another one besides sewing needles? You thought I thought there was sewing needles? That man said, no, syringes. No, yeah. Instead, this strategy is in danger of being derailed by a Washington drama over crack pipes that is more about political gamemanship than public health. The clashes around is with the arrival of decade-old fights over clean needles exchange program that addiction experts hope have finally been there. I don't care about that. Okay, don't worry about it. I'm really not. They do this in a couple of the first country to do that was what? Amsterdam. So they do this. They say it helped reduce the problem. The fact that in some cities were doing this already, where they was already proponent for that. Yeah. What they were trying to do, I don't know. I think some were trying to decriminalize it. They were setting up where you can go to the hospital and they'll give you a needle already loaded because they're saying too many were using bad syringes or whatever. I'll be honest with you. This is some outside of the people's concern to this event. The government should take responsibility and pay for rehab for the people they put on drugs. After that, you're responsible for your own choices. You should be. We can't take care of everything you do. Let's be honest. If you want to drink 15 beers instead of one, we can't be responsible. We're not going to babysit and hold your hand. Nobody's going to hold your hand. You don't smoke dope. Smoking dope comes with responsibility. There's no successful drug user. None. That's just none. So let's do the common sense first. If that's a choice you want to make, then you got to be responsible for that decision. You're going to get addicted. You're going to lose what you got, and you need to suffer. Other people need to see it so people realize we're not responsible. I don't think we should give nobody no crack pipe or give you no needle, no clean needle because you use a dirt. That's your choice. You can't pamper and babysit everybody. You got to take care of people that need help first. Our elderly need help. Our young people need help. Single mothers need help. We got a lot of people. Our veterans need help. And a lot of these people are not being cared for because we got too many people we take care that don't need help. We're not going to pay for every time you have no baby, you ain't got no husband. That's your choice. You actually veteran, that's your choice. You want to do that, you ain't got no man, you know what come with it. I'm telling you, cut a lot of that off. Cut off child support. Cut it off. Tell them, no, we're not paying no child. Every time you have a baby, $1. Come in, I guarantee she'll close the leg. Listen, we tried the track in her arm. That was a government plant. We done did the pills. We done the condom. I remember they used to get them condoms when they would go to their visit. They would give them a bag of condoms. Don't ask me how I know. But anyway, they give them a bag of condoms, and that ain't work. They just gave them away. Babies make check. You got to cut them off. That being honest. You ain't got no husband. You don't need all them kids. That's just the end. When we paying for it, all you're doing is making irresponsible women. See, the government is fascinated. Listen, what do you think a woman going to do if she have 5 or 6 kids and she a single mom and she had them by different men? These kids going to go to the street. They're going to sell drugs. Maybe one of them will make it NFL or something, or maybe a doctor or something. The rest of them one or two of them wind up getting killed. Somebody in jail, another one homosexual, everything. We can't afford it. We can't afford it because the child, look, I can't get the care. So at this point, we can't afford it. There's certain things I feel like it shouldn't be our responsibility. When you got people living on the street because of mental illness, because they actually put forth a concerted effort and couldn't make it, I think you should get some help. If you want to decide that you want to become a professional crack pipe smoker and you want to be a syringe shooting drug addict, then don't let that be our problem. I don't have to pay your bill. Hospital can't. At some point, what are you going to do? Y'all tell me a better solution to get people responsible. We can't do it. It's people that need real help. It's people of no choice of their own, with nothing of their own, have been put in a bad situation and they don't do drugs. They're looking at, so I got to smoke drugs to get help? I got to be gay to get help when I'm doing what I'm supposed to do? But just believe it, things don't click for everybody. Just like in school, there's some people get it like that. Some kids in school, you know, they hear, whoa, 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 whoa. It's the way they process things. And a lot of that have to do with how they were reared. You know what I'm saying? Other things contribute to it. You know what I'm saying? And when you're dealing with these things, parents were alcoholics or drug addicts and other things, so they don't process as fast. Just certain things they don't catch on as quick. Don't mean they're retarded or stupid. It's just you got to know how to explain it to them in a way where they can get it. And a lot of teachers are lazy. A lot of teachers are lazy. For me, with a lot of these people, I wouldn't be no teacher if you ain't got no kid, because you don't understand the mindset of a child if you don't have one. Now, these people be different. I really wouldn't. I let you be a paraprofessional. You need to pair up with somebody that got kids so you understand how it works. People, let me tell you something. All that stupid stuff these folks come up with, it, make a child sit down on a seat for 8 hours, 7 hours. How many times you gonna leave your desk? You look at a kid. No, you can't go to the bathroom. Why the kid need to go to the bathroom? They need to use it. You finna make the deciding factor that kid pissing on themselves. They kids. You gotta know how to handle kids, know how kids know the nature of a child. So it's certain things you can discern and you know when. You gotta know how to talk to a kid. Everything ain't beating here. You gotta know how to deal with kids. Some kids do stuff blood out for attention. They just wanna know they love. They don't get to hear it at home. You'd be surprised. Some stuff, kids, all kids not bad. A lot of kids just wanna be loved. Now, I ain't got time. Let me see, when you got this job and they told you this one a one-on-one job that you gonna have a class with, you thought every one of these kids just gonna do what you tell them? That's not even common sense. They kids. A lot of them go to school and they get in this school, they want to play with these kids. They want to be off for Christmas, a week for Thanksgiving, and summer. That's not a reason to be a teacher. You know how much teachers impact kids' life? The kids, they'll look at football coaching. Football coaching don't get these kids for no 7 hours a day. Teachers play a major part. How that teacher educated, the way they teach them, how they care for how things are done, you'd be surprised. There's some teachers that impact me. Yeah, there's a lot of teachers that impact me. Help me be the person I am. Yes, sir. It's something that really, hold on for a minute. Dang, do my favor. Put Sandy's name up there, Aku Boston, and put Nicole's name up there too. And put a check by Nicole's name. Did you ever have your name on the board when you was in school? See that? Folks think they done got away. Make sure you put a check by name. You think when you live all this time, went through, how many of y'all name was never on the board when you was in school? Put Danielle up there. Yoshi, Shaquille. Everybody got to get your name on the board. I don't believe that. Stop it! Y'all believe Chanel's name was never on the board? It was on a referral. Well, you went straight. Your name wasn't on the board? Yeah. Look how your hub look at you. She was a gangster. She was a thug. Huh? That man said you just learned your wife was a thug. She said we don't know her. Thug Nelly. Ain't that right? But yeah, we got a lot of work. We'll get it fixed. How Ray got all them checks? Did you put them checks by Ray's name?
No, sir.
He'll be all right. They ain't gonna hurt him. Like I said, make a man out of him. Every time they gave you something, I don't know, they give you something to drink, look, you to drink it, you're like, what that brother? They said, put hell on your chest. You be like, you drinking liquor to get hell on your chest? Folks told you the craziest stuff, didn't it? Let me say, all right, we're gonna try to, okay, what's this? What is this for? The Department of Health, Human Services will allow the anti-addiction groups to use federal funding to save smoking kits. That included crack pipe. The program was funded as part of the $2 trillion spending bill Biden signed into law in March 2021 as COVID relief for so-called the American Rescue Plan. Y'all think this is a good idea? $2 trillion. Do y'all know what? And you tell me you can't pay reparation, and you can put $2 trillion up for people to smoke crack as relief during COVID. COVID is one of the most scary things ever hit America, hit the earth. And you telling me we had $2 trillion to spend on crack pipe kits. And the police ought to be pissed that you running around here locking up people, and while you locking them up, the government is giving them the crack pipe kits. Needles, the same stuff you trained and looking for. I'm asking you, hey, I'll lock you up. Do you have any needles, anything that can stick me? So I got a Joe Biden crack pipe and a needle in my pocket. Now, what if you hit this man or woman, and now they file charges on you on the Federal Relief Act, on the COVID Act, or I can't get slapped or arrested because I'm smoking COVID crack. This is crazy. $2 trillion. Do y'all know what $2 trillion could do countries. Do y'all know how many hungry people you can bail out? These folks saying, we don't have it. We're in a deficit. We looking at what the deficit is. We got all this stuff going on, the debt ceiling to go. And you spend this is what you realize. I guarantee you, don't nobody know nobody. If you know and smoke crack, you don't know nobody got them crack pipes. Because that money is sitting in Joe Biden's pocket. And everybody who signed that bill pocket. And it's sitting in some other drug people pocket. You know good way these folks ain't spent no $2 trillion on some crack pipes. I'm finna start making crack pipes. Listen, for $1 trillion, I make everybody a crack pipe. Give me the money. That's all I'm doing, straight shooting. You ain't getting that whole bowl. Most of y'all know. How many of y'all don't know what a crack pipe look like? All right, some of these folks not under. I know some of these folks don't smoke crack. A crack pipe. You got the that's where you put your crack at. That's where you're gonna put your crack on the little hole. Then you got the little tunnel, come down like this. Then it's a bowl. That's what when you smoke that crack on there, then it's gonna come down out and it's gonna hit in that bowl. Then you got right here. That's where you put your lips at. And you smoke it. When the crack gonna hit, gonna go ahead and gonna fill up that bowl and shoot in your lip. This ain't cost no $2 trillion. I can make everybody a crack pipe $99 billion. And I have them, and give me till in the morning. Please send me that money, Mr. President. I'm begging you. Please, just give me one chance. They ain't sent it through no contract. This should have been a bid. It should have been a bid. Now, when you do this, now this the straight shooter. You just the straight shooter. It's just there right now. Then you put your lips down here. On that straight shooter, it's gonna burn. You can see it, that lip, you're gonna see a little part of that lip missing. That's that straight shooter. Now, if y'all ever had, how many of y'all had your antenna broke off your car? Okay. That man-made. Then you pop that antenna off that car, and they take that little end and light it, and you put some Brillo in the top of it. And so the police don't see the antenna, because they get you. This right here get you some time. They used to get you a little time for Panelia. Then this, they put it, you can drop it on the ground, and you can just stump it. You got to put you some Brillo in here. Got to put, oh no. So right here, bro, you got to put nigger hair right here in the top of it. So for those that can't go and you ain't got no money for no Brillo, you can use nigger hair. Really, you can. You take some nigger hair and roll it up, put it in the top, and you put the crack on now. And when you burn the crack, the smoke will come on down. So you can use Brillo or nigger hair, huh?
That's crazy. They got my Jetta.
They got your Jetta. They smoking in peace. Probably $100 about it. This is crazy. You tell me it take $2 trillion to make this? I don't believe this. I don't believe this. Save my life. This is the kind of stuff they'll waste money and time on. I know we laugh about it funny. It's just sad to realize your own government killing you. It's sad because all you did was just instituted a reason for people to kill themselves. I'm being honest with y'all. They need race wars. You need regular wars. You need starvation. You need these droughts. Like what California ain't never experienced this before. These people know they're doing this stuff. Let me tell y'all something. Man been taking oil out the ground for how many hundreds of years now? This ain't new. Man been extracting gold way before we got here. This ain't nothing new. All the stuff these people extracted, they already been extracting. They just greedy, and their greed has come back to hurt them, and they greedy for the fact that they saw what happened. COVID put money. These people still mad at y'all who got money for COVID. People got away. You didn't pay mortgages for 2 years. Some people say they money, some of y'all know you effed it up. Normal. It's people they looked at, too many people. People went to crypto. Man, it was so many people color. So many people wouldn't work. They still can't get people to work because they made so much money from this. And they realize you can't look at the society. They can't get no bombs made. They need more bombs. They need more tanks. They need more stuff to blow up. These are toys for them. You can't get people to go to work to make toys to kill people. So now you just got to kill people with diseases. You got to starve people out. You got to do all this just to kill. Africa, 20 million people, they looking at dying for starvation. 20 million. Where you bury 20 million people at? They're going to leave them on the ground. They're going to let them rot and go back to the ground. These people talking about using dead people bodies for compost to grow your food. Do you know how sick you are when your scientist or government, you had this conversation? Do y'all know these people are dangerous? Dead people body for compost? But let's just be honest, this ain't the first time. A lot of these fields you got now, you eating a lot of black folk buried in them now. So they like the human compost. Why you thinking they know it'll work? You got to ask yourself, how you know it'll work? Ask that question, because then guess they're going to be looking the same. They don't bring nothing out of you until they done tried it. I don't know why these folks don't think. What make you think they went and passed law? So when you went and you sat down with these lawmakers you're talking to now, these not science, you're talking to lawmakers. What did you use to convince them? How you convince a lawmaker to sign off saying, I sign on that bill? Because I just got a gut feeling, I'm just thinking, or here's the proof. Did you come in and let everybody bring something to eat, let them eat, and then you sat down and gave your discussion, then you had your discussion? So as a matter of fact, the food you eating, that's what we use, human compost. Y'all know how many sick people die? I don't want no sick people, no dead sick people on my food. Do y'all not know if you have AIDS, and if that body dies, that body still, AIDS is one of the only diseases that can still live in a dead body. Did y'all know the blood is still tainted? But these people don't even know that. How many of y'all didn't know that? AIDS blood is just as dangerous when you're dead. Every other drug, because of the oxygen, other things, a lot of diseases die. The blood is just as dangerous, the body. So let's say you're going to pick out the bodies that ain't got the AIDS while you're doing this? What about a body, a lot of people die from what kind of disease? Cancer? So if I get the compost from a cancer person and put that on top of the food I'm growing, will that affect me? What about somebody that survived of cancer? Guess how they survive? Radiation. So if I take that radiation body and I break it down and use it for compost, how does that affect the food? So who are we going to use? Only healthy people? These people have no idea. What about the people that die from COVID? So how you going about picking the people we're going to use? Are you screening them? Are you going talking to their dad and say, listen, I need you to fill out this application. How did you die? Did you have AIDS? Was you COVID victim? Because you need to go to hell. Ask somebody, are you going to ask them like you ask us? What did your mom and them have? What your dad and them have? How you deciding this? Are y'all with me on this? Okay. I told y'all before, if we'd have had a good leader, he would have told us about getting us a farm growing our own food. Unfortunately, we didn't have one. Y'all stuck with me. Because a good one, we showed y'all the human feces they already, they don't know human feces. Can y'all imagine eating some food that Lancaster done crapped out? That's just one person. I'm just kidding, what medications are you on? Just one? 4. Now, think about it, he's one person. Now, this the thing. You eat this one person, I'm just you. I take blood pressure pills. You don't want my crap either now. How many people are on more than 2 medications? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now that's Lancaster 4, 2, 3, my 1. So where we at? 7, 8, where you at? 3, that's 11. How many you at? 3, that's what, 14? That's just us. You got 14 medication in our poop. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, that's just 5 people. What you gonna do you understand? They're pulling their poop out. How many people done poop? COVID, AIDS, cancer, what other diseases people might have and ailments. And you talking about you're taking these people crap on top of human compost. And this is what we're gonna do to fertilize the food? When will the people get a brain and realize that everybody needs to break away from the system? Why would you think it will make an intelligent decision to stay on the end of these people that think it's okay to use sick people crap, anybody crap? I don't want Richard Simmons crap. I don't care about that exercising. I don't want your crap. Can you imagine hanging with crap? No, no. I don't even want that in my... First of all, I want to apologize. Think about the white crap. A little mean, balled up, angry crap. One of them balls hard to break up. That, you know what I'm saying? And making a face. So when you put your food on your table, your food is frowning at you. And you trying to figure out, why is my food so angry? Then it punching you in your jaw. I'm trying to tell you, there's some angry crap out here. Hello? All right, I'm just saying, some angry crap. So these are things y'all need to just, let me ask y'all something. And again, humorous, but at the same time true. Why would it make sense to stay on the enemy government when this is the way you think? We're saying we don't agree with, who in here good with eating food with human crap on it? I wouldn't want you to piss in my field, let alone knowing some crap came out your behind and it was used to fertilize my food. Let alone that, I wouldn't want you pissing in my field. Let alone crap and it's used for fertilizing my food. Why are people so lazy and dumb that nobody thinks it's a good idea to break away from these people where you can establish yourself, you can control your food? These dumb people want to kill all the cows. Okay. Where do you think you can get your food from? If they kill all the cows, where do you think? That's going to make everyone dependent on the government. Where you gonna get your food from? If you tell me where you get a cow from if all of them dead. How can you get one? Where you gonna get your food from? Laboratory. And who gonna control that? You gonna have your laboratory. I'm gonna have my own laboratory. You gonna have Danny gonna have his own laboratory with the blow up inflatable neck thing. That is something. I just tell you something. You done broke that man's neck. I told him though, I tried to tell him. I mean, Daddy, he came to, he said, yeah, I'm thinking about going Spanish. I said, I tell you what, once you go Spanish, you don't need a neck brace. And was I lying? We just glad to have it. Somebody said that nigga, where them folks in Africa had them rings on their neck. It wasn't me, Danny, somebody else did it. I'm just glad it was Spanish women. They'll hurt you. That's all right, though. But why people don't think it's a good idea to break away from these people? How long y'all think for all of us dead? Everybody. We're going to be dead. All these 7 under store, rainbow store, they're going to run all these stores out of business. You ain't going to get all that healthy stuff. You going to, what are that other they go to everybody love? The big one. Whole Food. I don't believe them people. I don't believe them folks. Sprout, all them folks falling out. They're going to run these folks off. Fred Martin, that stuff can be done. I'm telling y'all, it's illegal for you to go get milk from a cow. Directly from the cow, you can't get it. You got to get it from them. They'll tell you not for human consumption. How did you get your milk when you were growing up? Y'all used to get it from the refrigerator. Y'all got it. How you get your milk? From the cow. You know it's illegal. Can you believe it's illegal to drink milk from a cow? They're not for human consumption. That's the same milk you talking about you done cook and process. See, you can drink this, but the one from the cow is dangerous. You can't drink that one. Is that not scary? Do y'all know, this include me, we are so dumb. I used to buy milk. Do you know how dumb we are? That these folks tell you, I need to take this milk. If it's that dangerous, we don't need to drink it. I definitely don't need to drink it from you. If the cow dangerous, what did you do to it to make it better? No. Man, we would never have that problem. We had some fresh milk from a cow. A lot of these kids wouldn't be sick. Think about why we grew up better than them. Look what these kids eat. Chip. Ain't even a real chip. Probably ain't come from a potato. Probably a chip of paint. Look, the bag ain't even full. Man, we had chip. Chip went all the way to the top. You can eat chip. I ain't never bought no brand new bag of chip and stick my arm in here to get one from down here. This much my arm in the chip. Man, I feel like I'm reaching in a cow booty. Why this much of my arm and a bag of chip? Like, how? Man, you pop that bag, chip pop out. So, first chip. I've been doing this all day. Corn, they get it, put 4 chips out, then seal it up. Man, no, you can't live like that. Y'all, come on, y'all. We got to do better than this. Look at, I know he from California. He ain't never ate no real food. Man, he came out to the South, man, he didn't know how to act. He was, man, we got that man out there, he seen a real potato. He up in California, he took me to a restaurant in California, we had ordered some food, man, they came out, it was real fast. It was all cut out from a book. You know they don't put no sugar in their sweet tea. Everybody from the South know, that's a direct sin. That's an unforgivable sin. Man, when they order some sweet tea, sugar now. So that's the first reason why y'all retarded. Who didn't drink unsweetened tea with ice? You drinking now? They drink it like that in Chicago too. They don't put sugar in. Hold on for a minute. They don't put sugar in tea? Southern tea. You had Southern tea. There you go. See that you back. That's all I'm saying. You put that sugar in that tea. That thing enrich your spirit. That thing take you to the depths and destination. You can't go nowhere with no unsweet tea. Woo! Unforgivable. Isn't that right? Yeah, they push it up down. Because I know California, they try to push them thin in, and they feel like everything is sin, like they eat that right there. They don't like to wear no draw. That's why them animals eat them. See, we don't get ate up by no animal down. They do. Because they don't wipe, and then they get in that water, be floating around in there, and them animals smell them. They say, no one had no drawers on, they ain't white. How you think they get attacked? We went out there, all us in the ocean. How many got attacked? No, good, because we had on drawers. And we wash our hands. They just get in here, stay out there, go do, don't wipe their hand, and dive out now. All you doing is bait. You got there, there's a whole bunch of white folks in the water out there, get out. Somebody in a mess, ain't got no draw, sharks coming. Go look up the last time a nigga was shark eating. Look up last time nigga was shark eating, probably in 1802. Man, a long time. It's hard for a shark to eat up. It ain't even like, he said, I ain't never seen you out here before. You right. And we gone after that. See, white people looking for mermaids and stuff. We don't believe in that stuff. We trying to find some catfish. Isn't that right? List of fatal, now black people. When the last time a black man was ate by a shark? Should have been in 1600 when they throwed us off from slavery. And really, they tell the truth, we really swam back. We just didn't want the rest of them to know it. Is this the list for black people? Black man between 25 and 30, January 11, 1983. Shark. Look at him. $1983. You want to love y'all when he living, don't even worry about it. That's the last time. You know how he got down? A white man pushed him. And he was at the aquarium. We don't do that. We don't do no shark. We don't get shark bitten. We don't do no stuff like that. Stuck by a stingray. We don't do it. It ain't edible. We don't play with it. You know who gets stuck by a stingray? Chinese people, white people. Chinese people try to eat everything. I'm tired of being fed. I caught an eel. I pulled that eel out of that thing. That thing was flapping and going. I was trying to get that thing out of the way. That Chinese man tried to kill that man. He said, don't kill it. He got it. Boom. I said, what you going to do with that thing? All right, y'all playing. Listen. You going to feel what listen, I tell you no lie. They don't throw nothing back. No lie. Nothing go back in the water. Whatever bite, listen, stingray, they'll flip it over, cut it. They keep everything. We don't throw stuff back. They don't throw nothing back. Y'all didn't know that? Nothing. Listen. If it bite that hook, it come out that water, they eating it. All right, their eye be leaking. I can't eat all that stuff. Why you think it's hard to open your eyes up? Because you don't even want to know the truth. Just lie to yourself and keep your eyes closed, just eat it. No. Let's see, black folk, our part, we got these buck eyes. We got these big buck eyes. We can see everything. We just can't lie like that. Y'all got it? We'll lie about who we related to. We can't lie about no food like that. All right, there's Romans 15:4. Y'all ready? All right, listen.
For whatever Nika taught before,
For whatever was written before,
Nika taught to us,
written to teach us, to show us, to instruct us.
So that through endurance,
so going through without giving way,
and through the nakum of the ketubim, we might have tikva.
That's true. Tikva. Strong attachment. Did y'all through with the crack pipe? I better wait. Some of them trying to get that memory back. I know some of y'all, it's more in here than what y'all be telling. There's some of y'all on crack. I'm trying to look around the room. Who could have possibly been a crack pipe smoker? Humpback, you ever had a pipe? How long it took to answer that? How many of I asked y'all? That man thought, so he said, what happened? What did he say? All know for all of who? They don't know what I'm saying. All right, we're going to go with Hayward. Hayward. He said name one by one. Hayward, if you had to make a call right now on the spot, based on what you know in your military training, and where you done been around, you done been and seen a lot of the world, ain't it? Middle East, you done been in Middle East and back. If you had to make a call based on what you done seen and what you know and what you done seen around here in America, where you done been to in America? Oklahoma, New Orleans, Nevada, California, been to Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Colorado. Yes, you did. You went with us. Didn't go to, you did. We went to Colorado. We went with. No, I'm talking about where you done been, period, in America. Colorado, Alabama, and somebody said Dade County, walk around at the gas station. He been in Florida. But I say you been at Dade County, walk around at the gas station. Tennessee, been to the SIP. Been a lot of places. So based off of where you've been and been over the Middle East and been back, if you had to make a call right now, look at Humpback. I want you to tell us, based off your training, and get the camera, let's see for a minute. Hold on, yeah, tell it. We don't let the folks at home, because folks can't see. Hey, don't look at him yet. Hey, I want you to wait. And it's going to be a call based off all your training, and we count on you to help us. Like we count on you to go there and fight and win for America, so nobody come here and blow up nothing else. And you were instrumental. Now we need you. Your country needs you right now. You understand that? Your country needs you. I want you to look at this man. We need an assessment. Did that man smoke crack? They can try it. That's what we're going to go with. That got that. He done tried it. Do he look like was it a long time, or was like just probably in and out? It's just like a trying back out of it. At least twice. That's all we need to know. Y'all hear that? So that's official. Y'all got that? He said Humpback did it at least twice. How many of y'all want to make it a male cool? So Humpback did it, y'all tell me. All right, they got that. You know what they said? These folk can't be wrong. They want to make it in. Now that's how you know. Go what he said. I got to do it now. You can't be wrong. What that tell y'all? What that tell y'all? He said, I got to go back now. Yeah, we got him. Y'all ought to chain around him. Let's look at something. Y'all like that, don't you? All right. Let's look at Ephesians 2:1. We can look at it from. Let's look at the other one with the three different Let's play with it a little bit. When I said play with it, we'll work both sides, we can say. How about that? Ephesians 2:1, Dewey Rim, James. So we'll work. All right, 2:1. Excuse me. All right, let's see. Listen.
Are we reading from?
2:1. Yeah, we'll read from here.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Please. We'll interchange, but we'll work them all. Let's
Yes,
go.
sir. And you, when you were moot in your offenses and kataim, where in time past you walked.
Can we stop for a second? Before we go? Can we look up what dead means from Google, please? I know we ain't stupid or nothing, but I'm curious off the definition, how the definition kind of carries the meaning of dead. Because now he just told us that we were dead. Listen to this. Listen to this. Dead means no longer alive. So I think if I had to define dead, I said not living, which would be the same way, but they just said, same thing saying no longer alive, okay? So now he said that, look at what he told us, 2:1. This is interesting. Listen. Hello? 2:1 again.
And you, when you were moot in your offenses and
Lee said, and you. No, that's right. And you.
When you were moot in your offenses and kataim, where.
Okay, and you, when you were dead, moot, in your offenses and sin. This is what he said at verse 2.
Wherein in time past you halak according to the course of this alarm.
According to this world.
According to the shar of the power of this air. Of the ruach that now worketh on the beneam of unbelief.
And they'll say, I think it said disobedience in James. Yep, disobedience. And you know what makes sense? You would be disobedient or when you don't believe. You don't have a reason to believe it. When you don't have a reason to believe something, why would you do it? So this would put you in a state of disobedience. Now, let me ask y'all something. Based off of reading, and I just got this off of a whim I was putting in him. How many of y'all understand that statement? I don't want you to feel like I'm tricking you. I'm really not trying to trick you. I just want to know, how many of y'all feel like you understand that statement? 1, 2, okay. How many of y'all feel like you would need something to kind of compare it to kind of get a better sense of? Because I'm telling you what happened. I read this years ago somewhere when my eyes were better. And I mean, I understand to agree, but listening to it now, and when we looked up the definition for how they worded it, it's the same thing, but the way they worded it to me kind of gave me a little more clarity about it. At verse 1 again, he said, well, and you, listen, when you were dead in your offenses and in your sin, where in time past, that's how you walk, according to the course of this world, okay? According to the prince of this world. And he talked about, and that ruach works in people that are disobedient, and those are people that don't believe. So now I got to look at, how do I really understand that, right? And I look at it from what we read, that whatever written aforetime, what was it written for? That's the purpose of his reading. That's the purpose of the writing. So when they came, the Shalakim, the sent ones, when they came and spoke to us, we would have to base a lot of things they told us based off of past principles. Let's look at some before we go there. See if that's the 17th chapter book of Acts of the Shalakim. See if it's 17 and 11. Did somebody say yes like they knew that? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. What's that song? Acts of the Shalakim, 17, and what's that, 11? Listen.
Now these were more noble than those in Thessalonica.
Aristocratic, what we say, more upper society and what they do. More noble, well, listen.
Who received the debar with all eagerness, daily searching the Ketubim, whether these things were so.
So what they were told, they investigated. Because they want to be assured of it. They just want to be assured of it. I just want to go back and make sure that it's kind of more or less what we call today concrete. You know, then we say a bond, stone. They people say, I want to make sure it's concrete. Versus people that say solid, you would compare it to a rock. Well, back then in 80, Ashford and Simpson told us how they were solid. How they say it was solid as concrete. That's right. See what I'm saying? Rock, 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 rock. Then people start smoking them. So now, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure we understand statements that are being made to us, because if we don't understand them, then we can't grow. You see that? And you're only going to grow because of the information. The information going to grow us, because you really think about it. I struggle with fornication, drinking, and smoking marijuana. My early part when I, first came, those are hard struggles. And until I really kind of started attaching them to, they're going to prevent me from being saved, then it gave me more of the strength to kind of break away, because I wanted, desire to be saved. It didn't change now that that wasn't still a struggle. I just realized what was on the table. The longer I did it, the longer the progression or the non-progression of getting to that achievement of what I was trying to obtain at the time. You got it? I wanted what it costs. I just want that security of I ain't gonna die. That something ain't finna happen to me. Well, that's how I looked at salvation. I ain't gonna say that, the spirit come. No, I didn't. I wanted that security of I'm okay. And in order for me to be okay, I needed to get rid of things that condemn me. Because my condemnation came when I heard it. Then when I would go back to do it, I would feel so bad after. It would hurt me after. It kept hurting me after. And I looked at, and I kept looking at, you ain't gonna get it. You're not getting it. You ain't gonna get it. You're gonna wind up dying. It was like you're gonna wind up dying. This stuff, you're gonna wind up dying. And it was like, cried, it's like, I gotta fight this better. I gotta stop giving into it. Stop looking at, okay, I got pissed off or something, and that's my rationale for me smoking. Or that's my rationale for me smoking. Okay, now I'm finna really get serious. I'm talking about, listen, I know what I said before, but this time, I'm finna get so, and I'm probably I was lying to my, I'm trying to convince myself. And in doing that, to say, this would justify me messing up now, because now I'm finna really get, like, before I was, but now, oh yeah. It's kind of like that big girl, she got in front of that door. I told her, but I'm finna go. I used to go get her money. And I didn't know my wife, and I seen her some years later. She spotted my wife, she looked, she said, I said, you know her? She said, yeah, we're in the sky. I said, And she looked, I was like, yeah. I said, I used to take her money, I used to get her money. When I go in her house, I'd get her check, I'd come up there, I'd be high. I'd come through that drive-through, man, never like a big girl. She'd load up that bag full of, went harder. Man, me and my boy, we had salads. I ain't want nothing but meat, I ain't know, burgers, fries. And she get paid, I pick up and cash that check. We ride there now, I get her head, I push her head down, I keep her head down. We say, what? And I ride there, I come back and see them, they said, man, you had that fat chicken that caught you. I said, I tell them, I be like, no, I ain't had, they were like, man, quit lying. I be like, man, I ain't had that girl. Oh, I was good at lying. I'm finna, her back will stick up. Because I knew they should have seen her. But I bent on her back, me up, and catch her back. I said, God. So I came to the house, she had to come get the money, so I get ready to go. So she was like, I was like 165 back then. So I was trying to go. So I said, I'm finna go. She lay on that door. She said, I'm tired of you getting my money, just leave. I said, what? I said, girl, I said, you got to I'm finna go. Listen, she ain't tell that place. She lay on that door. She just looked. She was just silent. I was like, I said, I'm telling you now. I should have got that door. I went and grabbed her. She was about moving. But I was struggling trying to move that bitch. I said, I backed back off her. I said, I'm telling you now. All right now. All right, this time, I ran up and grabbed again. Man, I got this. That girl moved about like this right home. I said, man, I bailed out that thing. I said, girl could kill me. I said, I can't even move. I said, I can't even move. I'm patting that thing in my head. I said, I got to talk tonight. I said, baby, look here. I had to ease away from that door, got out. I got it out. I said, I'll never do that again. Cause like, all right now. I said, I quit. I said, all right, I begged get myself riled like that. It wasn't working. That fat one move. I said, she just learned for it and run off. I said, I'm a dead man. I learned then, you don't play with them, you get yourself hurt now. But now, that's how I was with that weed. I'm finna get real serious. And it didn't work. It beat me down every time, too. So, what we're trying to do is process the state that we were in. This is what we typically fear. I feared dying, but I didn't fear it enough to stop doing what I was doing. Because the only reason I wanted to get that security that we call salvation day is because I didn't want to die. But the works I did, all equal to death. And not being able to process that. You know what I'm saying? You got to stop doing works that equate to or equivalent to death. Even though you're saying you want to live, your works don't add up. You got what I'm saying? When you do the math, all the works said death. None of it said life. None of it's kai. It's all moot. Y'all got it? So now when I'm looking at 2 and 1, he started to tell us about how we were dead in our kataim and our trespasses. Then he started telling you what courses you were taking. Y'all got it? These are the things. Look at what you were following. Okay? Now, let's go back and look at Rashid. Let's look at 3 and 7. They call it Genesis. Rashid, which is in the beginning or in the start. Now, somebody asked me about using the words, how I use these words. Do they help me? They help me a lot because I guess I process. I mean, with Genesis, I never looked up, I'm sure it probably means first or one for whatever they use for the Greek. But I never did pay attention to, even though, you know what's amazing? Even with reading, it just shows how he can just put like where you're just not really conscious of things, how the Sefer actually, it kind of gives you a direction. Because you want to know like how things started from the first. You know what I'm saying? This is how things started. And I'm telling you how it started in the first is how it's going to end. I was telling you the end in the beginning. So it makes me look at how important, like some people say, what they say what you do with your past. What they used to tell you to do with your past? Put it behind you. And that's why people become New Testament creatures. And they say get rid of it. It's like your past. Because they pretty much teach you that. That's old and done away. But when he told me the beginning actually declared the end, then it tell me there's a significance with my past. There's a need to get me, because it's just like it said. We tell what I do with my past. Things we did past, what we try to do with them? You want to put them out your mind. I don't want to go back on my past, everything I did wrong. There's a lot of stuff I want to forget it. I want to be gone. How you say, quote unquote, I wish it never happened. But now we go back, and, everything writes and leads us to say, go back. Because that's a significant part saying you need to go back and you need to recollect. You need to consider. Y'all got it? Okay, let's see. This is 3 and 7. Listen.
And the of both were open, and they perceived that they were Ara, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons to go round them. Mm-hmm. And they shama the call of Yahuah Elohim Halak in the gun in the afternoon, and both Adam and his Ashah hid themselves from the pani of Yahuah Elohim in the midst of the ox of the gun. Mm-hmm. And Yahuah Elohim Yakra Adam and said to him, Adam, where art thou? And he said to him, Shama thy call, as thou walkest in the gun, and I Yara because I was Ara, and I hid myself.
Well, I heard the sound of it, and I hid myself. What happened?
And Elohim said to him,
what did he tell him?
Who told thee that thou wast Ara, unless thou hast eaten of the ox, concerning which I charged thee of it alone not to eat.
Let's go back and look at 2 and 17. Same book. Rashid. They call it Genesis. Go ahead.
But of the odds of the knowledge of Tub and Rosha, of it ye shall not eat.
What happened?
But in whatsoever ye eat of it.
You said what's up? What happened?
You eat of it.
That whatever day it is.
Yes, sir.
What if it's on a Tuesday?
Whatsoever ye eat of it, ye
Why
shall
they
surely
eat it Friday
moot.
before the Shabbat?
Whatsoever ye eat of it, ye shall surely moot.
Okay. We go back to 3. 3 and 1. Same book. 3 and 1. Listen.
Now the Nakash was the most crafty of all the brutes, was the most crafty of all the brutes on the Arats, which Yahuah Elohim made. And the Nakash said to the Ashar,
I think brute stand for like wild. I think like wild animal, untamed. Listen.
wherefore has Elohim said, eat not of every ox of the gun. And the Ashar said to the Nakash, we may eat of the pari of the ox of the gun, but of the pari of the ox which is in the midst of the gun, Elohim said, you shall not eat of it.
What happened?
Neither shall you touch it, lest you moot.
Lest you moot.
And the Nakash said to the Ashar, you shall not surely moot.
You won't surely die.
For Elohim knew that in whatever ye should eat of it, your would be open, and you will be as Elohim, knowing Tub and Roshan.
Y'all see that? Listen.
And the Ashar saw that the ox was Tub for food, and that it was pleasant to the to look upon, and beautiful to contemplate. And having taken of his pari, she ate, and she gave to her husband also with her. And they ate. And the of both were open, and they perceived that they were Ara, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons to go round them. And they shama the coal of Yahuah Elohim, halak in the gun in the afternoon, and both.
That's good. That's good. You gonna finish that up?
And both Adam and his Ashar hid themselves from the pani of Yahuah Elohim in the midst of the ox of the gun.
That's good. We'll go back to 2 and 1 of Ephesians. Listen.
And you, when you were moot in your offenses
This
and
is Ephesians 2
kataim,
and 1. For those at home that don't remember. Listen, now you, who was moot, you were dead
in your offenses
in your offenses.
and kataim,
And your kataim, which is your transgressions, your sins. He said you were dead. What happened?
wherein in time past you halak according to the course of this alam,
Listen now.
according to the shard of the power of this air, of the ruach that now worketh, of the benim of unbelief.
Wow. So who we talking about? Adam and Ka'ur. And then the Nakash told her they weren't surely dead. They wouldn't surely die. But he told them the day they eat it, they were going to die. Because they were going to be ruachni dead to him. And you look at the reason why. So now we start to look and examine ourselves. The fear I had of dying was the physical death. I never realized that I could die a death while I was living. Even the book declared that a woman that liveth in pleasure is dead while she's living. So the only way to really understand it, because a lot of people look, and a lot of people try to wrestle to say that Adam and Ka'ur did physically die. They didn't. From Ruachni, they were cut off. Now he's telling us something that we can go back and we can examine. He told them the day they ate it. So are we to believe that he lied? They did die the physical death. Adam lived about 900 years after that. But he showed us how you can live a physical life and still be spiritually dead to him. So now we start to look at this, how the process when we read it. Because now you tell me about people dead. Then he said, according to how you halak, which is important in the 4th chapter of the one to go get it. Thus, no, he said, furthermore, as you received of us. That's what Adam received, how he ought to halak, so that he could do what? So that he would do what? So who do we learn it from? Say it louder. Say it louder. You said the same. No, we learned it from everything he put in the gun, because he told it to multiply, because he saw it pleased him. Actually, we did. Adam didn't please him. He never told him to multiply in the gun. Everything else in the gun, he told to bring forth more. Even the Mahim, he told to bring forth more. Bring forth the living creatures. The ox, he told them to continue to be fruitful, continue to pari and multiply. He never told Adam, we didn't see, well, possibly told them they wouldn't have done it till after the gun. So the things that pleased him right there. Hello? Think about it. Things that pleased him in the gun. He allowed it to continue. These are patterns that we start looking at, just like we look at the house, the best, and we look at the noon, and we look at that continuing. So we look at it pleasing him, because it follows a pattern. Everything that pleased him, he wanted to follow. Why do you think he told you, and we connect ourselves to Abraham? Why was he giving Abraham to multiply? He pleased him. He pleased him. So now we start looking, because Abraham didn't walk according to the course of this world, nor to the Shah. But they did. Satan has a rule, and he follows Satan's rule. He told him. And you start to walk according to that course. So these are things we're trying to feel. We have the physical death, dying, but a lot of people are already dead with it. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to come and reassociate ourselves back here. We're trying to obtain decay. Y'all understand? We want the ruach life, and we want to live at the same physically. But a lot of times people just look at the one and don't consider the other. Y'all got it? I mean, everybody living, that's alive, right? Everybody living alive. But with Elohim, do you exist? Does he acknowledge your existence to where he'll bring you into his habitation? Y'all got what I'm saying? So when I'm listening, when we started reading this, I started trying to configure in my mind, how do I really see this? Because you're telling these people they're dead while they're living. Then I need to understand why. Because you start to look at what you're doing. Can we look at what course means? Because he's talking about according to the course of this world. Did he say course in this? Did he use course in it? Let's look. We know courses for classes and other stuff, don't we? I'm just curious how they, did he use that? Converse, 3, 2. Yeah, course. Let's see what course is. The route or direction followed by a ship, aircraft, road, or river. Makes sense. The way in which something progresses or develops. The procedure adopted to deal with a situation, a dish or set on the area of land. We'll look at that. The procedure adopted to deal with a situation, the way in which something progresses or develops. You see something else? A series of lectures, of course, lessons, particular subject, typically leading to a qualification. That makes sense too. Let me see up at the top again. The route or direction followed by a ship, aircraft, road, or a river. I mean, route, similar words. So we'll look at that. That makes sense. We start looking at the journey we're taking or the route that we're taking, because that makes sense. I mean, we really just kind of start looking at when you, why it makes sense now based off of route and directions or following something, it makes sense that he would tell us certain things. Let me say, let's see at 11 and 1 of 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 1. Let's see what he told us. Listen.
Be ye followers of me.
Oh, this is the course he wants you to take. When we look at the course, they're talking about ship, aircraft, or other things, or even a river. You get on the river, you can't go opposite. You can't go outside. If you're on the river, you go whichever way it takes you. Now he's telling us to follow him. This is the course he wants you to take. Follow me.
As I also am of Mashiach.
Okay, as I also am of the Mashiach.
Now I, Tahala you, Akim, that in all things you are mindful of me, and keep my ordinances as I have delivered them to you.
See that? So now he's telling you how you ought to walk. This is teaching us how we ought to walk. If we're trying to walk in compliance. We got some Akud, they got a business they call it total compliance. And all right, that's making sure now their business is based off of knowing what the state law, federal regulations are, and saying if you have a business, a transportation business, whatever, these are the guidelines that you need to make sure you measure up to. Whether it's a drug screening, making sure you got all your stuff updated, making sure things are visible. All these things put you in compliance that wherever you stop anything happen, you're totally in compliance. And this is what they were doing, making sure that we're totally in compliance. And a lot of times we've been walking and doing things and assume we have, but we've been out of order. The course is, now, this is why it's been mandated for us that we're going to follow him. He said, because I'm of the Mashiach. Y'all got it? So we're looking for things that pattern to or lead us to. Y'all got it? So I guess if he's saying follow him, could we use him as like a preposition? Something that gets us to a direction or leads or puts you in a direction towards something? Hello? So these guys would be spotters for almost in a sense. Y'all got it? Because we're trying to make sure we get this thing right, right? I don't know. Y'all kind of seem like, I don't know. Where y'all head at? Because, I mean, we've been off course a long time. And I'm not talking about just with the word. We've been off course with the living. And that's why a lot of things have come up, and a lot of things have come up to a point. He said, okay, now it's time to unveil it so we can go back and we can start looking at how we got to consider it. Because just because, this is what we'll look up and do. If he allowed me to wake up to see another day, I must be good with him. Adam woke up and saw 900 something years. According to their time, about 350 some days, and you do the days of that. So he had to say, I must be good with him. He told him the day he ate of it that he was going to die. Can you imagine living 900 some years and you don't exist with me? I don't acknowledge you. So that's dangerous to believe if I'm living that I'm okay with him. Y'all understand that? Because a lot of times we do. We'll say, what we'll say, people say, Lord, just let me see another day. So they see another day where he answered your prayer. You need to be asking to be in my sight. Because if you're in my sight, like we've been taught, that means there's an appearance. That means there's knowledge of you. So if he look and he don't put his face against you, that's because I don't acknowledge you. Look at where we're sitting. This is considered to be what they would call the West. He sits in the East. He told you about Jerusalem. My face, Pani, is always toward Jerusalem. You're in the West. I don't see you. Is it because with me you don't exist? So now we have to do things that he acknowledges. Okay. I'm trying to help us out. Or we can just keep living a lie. Now, because of favor, Yahuah has been long-suffering toward us. Because he does have a beret, a covenant that that he's vowed, that he's got to keep. So he's allowed us to still be here, but it had been for what we've been thinking. It's till we can come into the knowledge of, until we can recount and come back. Like he told them, the 5th chapter of the book of Yahuah Dabarim. These are the words. He told, and if they bethink themselves, if it was such a law in them, that they would consider. And that's what we're getting. Listen, no matter how much you read, how much you study, how much you do, you got to be truthful with yourself. Where you at with your living? You can't keep making mistakes and saying I'm on the right path. Hello? I mean, he's descriptive. Don't turn to the right or to the left. Because at this point, you got off course. Hello? And this is what we start looking at, how many times we gotten off course. And then when you got off course, why you got off course? When he talk about these people not being alive, he told them why. Because of the course. Because of what you've been following. Because you've been allowing yourself to be led by. He didn't just tell them that they were dead. Let's see again what he told them. This 2 and 1. Get me back over to Ephesians chapter 2. Do y'all want to get it right? They just want to kind of linger along, just let it play, let things play out and see where it's at. That's dangerous. I don't want to just play out and find out I'm wrong. I need to know now so I can fix it. This is the best time to fix it. According to his writings, if this is what I believe, I can't fix it when I'm gone. There's a lot of people, if they had a second chance, they'll get it right today. I have that opportunity to sit here and look and say, what does hinder me? What'll keep me from getting this right today? My choice and my decision and what I want to do. How serious and how motivated are you and concerned about your soul at the end of the day? That you're okay and you're willing to die in the state you're in. And, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you just do what you got to do. I wouldn't be here if that was my mindset. I ain't doing what I got to do. Just doing something. I'm doing what the man told me. This is what I want to do. What the man told me. I've wasted a lot of Tony Smith's life. I ain't got no more of that time. Got to get it right now. Y'all got it? Let's see what he told us. Where in time past you walk.
According to the course of this
Which in direction, being led by, following. This all a lot of us been followers. I was a follower. I was a leader and a follower. Y'all hear that? I was a leader and a follower. According to the being led of this world. According
to the shar of the power of this air, of the ruach that now worketh on the beneam of unbelief.
So then he told me something. You know what I mean? People, nobody here raise their hand and say they don't believe. Nobody. Who in here you don't believe? Who the hell don't believe? Nobody gonna say that, but you don't believe it. You might not believe it. You don't believe you ain't obeying. You can't believe you ain't obeying. It don't make sense. I believe, like I said, I believe. I just don't be, you know, I don't just tell the truth. You don't believe. See, this, you know how many times people say that? I always believe. I just didn't. Like people say, you know, but I did always believe. See how he look at it different than us. You couldn't have believed. If you believed, you would have activated. You'd have walked by. You would have kept. See, that makes a difference how we look at believe. It's the stuff I believe, I just don't do it. He's looking at the way he views it, according to I'm saying, he put this right down there and believe. That means whatever effort they were putting into it or saying, you know what I'm saying, I know I ain't where I need to be, but you know, I still believe though. He said, wow, you couldn't believe. Because you believe, then you will halak according to. You wouldn't follow another course. You wouldn't allow yourself to be led by. Hello? So even when we come back to Adam and Yahuah, it comes down to actually looking at how did they get into the situation. They were tricked. That's what she said. She was manipulated. But according to what we're reading here, they didn't believe. Because he told them. He said, didn't I tell you not to eat of it? Who told you? Who convinced you? Hello? Now, when he asked them, who told you you were naked? Y'all remember he asked them that? Who told you? He was trying to find out something. See if that's 6 and 12. Galatians. That's what I want. Let me say, might be down. Listen.
For as many as desire to please in the basar, they constrain you to be circumcised, only that they may not suffer the persecution of the toot of Mashiach.
Mm-hmm.
For neither they themselves who are circumcised keep the Torah, but they will have you to be circumcised, that they may kabud in your basar.
Mm-hmm. Use it for a cover. Mm-hmm.
But Elohim forbid that I should kabud, save in the toot of our Adon, Yahushua HaMashiach, by whom the Elam is crucified to me, and I to the Elam.
That word crucified means put to death. He said, I put the world to the death of myself, and I'm dead to the world. Mm-hmm.
For in Mashiach, Yahushua needs...
Hold on, your mic out.
For in Mashiach, Yahushua neither circumcision availeth anything.
You don't go back up, I think, to 9. Seven. Should tell who ran well. You did run well. 1? Oh, chapter 1. Same book. 1 to 7? No. Down. 10 or 9? He should have told them they did run well. 5 and 7. 5 and 7. I don't know why I was thinking 6. 5 and 7. That's pretty good, old fella. See, look at this. Slide down a little bit, 6. You have to go far right here. Even though they'll play this off of love, when they played it, he used love. And said love is the same as amanah. They use charity. And the problem you got with charity is you're dealing with one of the 3 daughters of Zeus. People like the name, though. They'll name the kid Charity. And a lot of girls name Charity, too. Mm-hmm. But Charity play off one of the 3 muses of Zeus, one of the 3 daughters of Zeus. This is the detriment we have a lot of time when you start playing with their books and their writings. Although you go back here, when you deal with the Romans play with Greeks. And when they play with the Greeks, they play with stuff like this, charity. And they'll say this is love, charity is love, but it's actually one of the three daughters of Zeus. They believe that this is a goddess that's over the affection. See, the difference when you start dealing with these people in their English writing, when they take stuff, the English will take things from the Greeks and the Romans will take things from the Greeks, and they'll give you these things, and the next thing you know, you'll start playing with these gods, these deities. Charity, I think was it Grace? Who are the three daughters? Look at the three muses. And this is what they'll tell you. Now, the early writing was charity. James used love, but then he'll come right back, though, and he'll tell you, if I have not charity. James will tell you that. This is why you have to use our words, why you have to be careful about dealing with people. They'll say they're similar, but you start dealing with these three gods. You start dealing with gods at this point. And now this will be an issue because now you're giving homage to something other than him. He told you that he was Yahuah. I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry to hear you. I said Elohim. Say it again. I couldn't hear you. I'm not being funny. That's right. My kabud out now. On nails they say, I am the Lord, that is my name. That's how I remember they were trying. They say, I think they say, I am the Lord, that is my name, which Lord is not a name. So these are other things that's detrimental because Lord is not a name. But see, a lot of times you go back and read it and start telling, I am the Lord. He never would have told you that. Versus what they tell you, versus him rendering his name. Charities. You should have looked at three muses. I don't know what you were looking at. Now just look at the three muses. Should have came up. Oh, you hold on. What that? Oh. Did you put the three muses? Don't put. You don't have to put. It did what? It's 9? No, talking about 3. It's got something else. Charity. No, you just put the 3 muses. Faith, hope. That just saw it. Faith, hope, and charity. Ooh. Might be now. Look at the 3 muses. A lot of stuff. It's so much playing with stuff. Hold on. No. Slide back up a little bit. Go back up a little bit. Slow down. I just seen them for a second. Go back up. Charity, greed. I'm just saying. Go back up. Oh. I just said. I know I just seen them. I know I just seen them. You can tell Wikipedia out of that. I just shared it out, but just seen, oh, okay. Grace. One of the 3 cities of goddesses. Charity, the charities. Greek mythology, charity. You see that single? Cherish, graces, were 3 or more goddesses of charm, beauty, and nature. Human, what's that? Creativity, goodwill, and fertility. And this is the kind of stuff when you start looking at these people, so like you go ahead and start finding joy and other things these people do. So while we have to look at, while we use a lot of the Abari words for me, because it puts us back to, they love butt naked. I don't know why they call this stuff art. It's porn. All it is statue porn. That's all that figurine. These ain't nothing but statue blow-up dolls. And they'll tell you this is art, and whatever it's not art is sickening. And that's amazing. They convince people to go in the museum and then kind of criticize people looking at Playboy books. It's the same stuff right here. Butt-naked statues and penises on them and tits and arms off. I mean, it look like amputees. Well, I want to look at a woman with amputees. I don't have sick about no amputee, but this is the kind of foods they give you anyway. But these are the danger and detriment of white creations that they'll give you, and they're instituting your writing, and people don't believe it, but it does have a part to play with how you believe. Because you're listening to something, they're giving you something based off of the gods. And you're not giving, you're denoting something to another God is not to him. And this is why we look at, while we'll converse back over and we'll use our language, let's go back to what he called it, because this will put us more on perspective of what he actually said. And people feel like it's not an emphasis, it shouldn't be an emphasis on, it should be an emphasis on our writers. Look and see if that's the book of Nakum Yah at the 13th chapter. 13 and 9. Nakum Yah. Come Yah. 13. Say that 9, might be 11. Listen. What I put 9, 13, 9. 13, 9. We'll read down. What happened? Listen.
And I gave orders, and they purified the treasuries, and I restored thither the vessels of the Beth of Elohim, and the offerings and the frankincense.
Mm-hmm.
And I understood that the portion of the Luim had not been given, and they had fled every one to his field, the Luim and the singers doing the work.
I see what happened? Because the course got off. So that people got off course. And he realized why the people, when he saw them out in the field while they were working, because Louis wasn't supposed to give himself to that. Louis was supposed to give himself holy to Elohim. Told it to it, but he looked at what happened. He said, I stole with, and I stole with the commanders and said, wherefore has the Beth of Elohim been abandoned? And I assembled them and set them in their place. Scroll back down for a second. Was that 10? And I understood that the portions of the Luim had not been given. And they had fled every one to his field, and the Luim and their singers doing the work. So he started looking at it. People got out, he looking at why. People can say they won't. What you think they were going to do? When they didn't have it, why they ain't just stay there and just keep serving? They ain't need that. They could have just stayed there and kept serving the Lord. Them people went crazy. They look at it, I'm missing. I don't have what I need. I got to get out here and do what I got to do. I don't know why people think it. Listen, there's a biological and there's a spiritual part of man. He just, and let's see, he looked at this. He should have told them they were going to burn in hell, shouldn't he? Let's see. What happened? Oh, and I understood that the portion of the Louis had not been given them. And they had fled everyone to his field, and the Louis and their singer, which is Sheer, doing the work. What happened? Come on.
And I strove with the commanders and said, wherefore has the Beth of Elohim been abandoned? And I assembled them and set them in their Malkum.
You see that? And they start putting everything back in its proper place, in its order. That's what these are things that people have to look at. Let me tell you something. I don't want people thinking that Elohim is good with you starving and having nothing. That makes absolutely no sense. There's a biological part to people just like there's a ruach in their part, okay? And these people, he realized why he can get out there and tell them before they were going, but he knew why they was out there. The people weren't doing what they were supposed to do. What else he going to do? Let me tell you something. That's the same thing here. A lot of things shouldn't have to do it, but unfortunately, I had to take a lot on myself. Because y'all, I cannot count on y'all as a whole. Honestly, I couldn't count on y'all as a whole. I'll starve. Man, I wouldn't have nothing. If I counted on people, no, I couldn't do that. That's crazy. I had to mess around. I had to do just like they do. I had to get in the fields. I had to get it. I had to do the same thing they had to do. You leave it in the hands of people. Listen, if people doing what they're supposed to do, a lot of stuff we won't have to do. We won't have to lack nothing if people did what they're supposed to do. Y'all will steal, you will lie, and you will cheat. And you won't do what you're supposed to do, and you'll put the work and the heavier parts on other people. That's what y'all do. Y'all just look at it. You're comfortable with it. That's how you'll live your life for a long time. I used to be like that. If somebody else to do it, let them do it. I'm not comfortable with that. I realize something. As a person, and you have responsibility, and especially as a man, you always want to be able to carry your end. If you holding up something, you want to make sure you're always holding up your end. That's just being, you don't hold up your end. I always made it my business, I want to hold up my end. I just did. I don't want to hold up my end. Because I was irresponsible. I was very irresponsible. I just didn't think about stuff. Stuff you don't think about, you know. I remember graduation sitting there looking, thinking about, wow, my mom and dad and them gave me gas money even though I worked. Irresponsible. Why would you be giving somebody a job, gas money? Why would you be paying for their stuff when they got a job? They ain't paying no rent. I wasn't paying no rent, no water. They weren't taking no money from me. Because I was irresponsible. Irresponsible. I was an irresponsible man for a lot of my, to 18, 19. Then I sold dope and got responsible. So I wasn't long time in it, you know what I'm saying? But I was irresponsible. I was just irresponsible. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just don't do. Let somebody else do. That's just how it is. You keep going. You can't live your whole life like that. As a man, something had been innately in you, realize I want to pull my end. I want to carry my end. That's just it. That's being a man. And that's something that had to spark in you and getting you to do that. Shoot, by the time I was 26, I was married. I let everything go. I pulled myself up. I told my wife she married me. I said, stick with me. I told her I'm going to play. I'm going to do something. Didn't I tell you that? I ain't lie. Did I lie? I knew what I was going to do. I let everything go. I went to work, 575. I did my end. I did what I had to do. I wasn't going to let my wife down. And I got kids. I definitely wasn't going to let them down. I want to be somebody they could look to. I want to be a role model to them. I worked and I did my end. And I don't make no apologies for my life and what I do for my kids. I don't make no apologies. I expect them to do better than I did for their kids than I did for mine. That life. I want to be able to give back. My mama would have gave anything she could for me. Daddy too. He would have did it. They would have gave it to me. They saw where I was going and what I was going to do. They would have did it for me. But they couldn't afford to be able to do it because they did all they could to try to do for me and do for my sister and do things. You look, and it's unfortunate now. Parents look at they get ready to get old. You get old now, you can get rid of these kids and throw your behind away. These folks, they for to put a mirror under your nose to see if you start fogging it. They going to the bank. Okay. Yeah. Folks, listen, they going to the bank on your behind. These folks, shh. Man, no. I don't need. I told my mom first she could drop her insurance. I don't need no insurance for her. I make my own way. I'll be all right. Take care of her, whatever we got to do. She took me many years. Put a lot of, she tell our time. Scuffling for you. They use scuffling. I don't know. Anybody parent use scuffling? Do you know how many times I heard scuffling? You know I looked at the floor get scuffled. I said, these folks scuffling? Because ain't all you hear. I'm out here scuffling for you. That's scuffling, 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 scuffling. I got to quit them folks from scrubbing that floor. But they did. They made sure to let you know, but I'm out here scuffling for you in here, scuffling. That thing just hit you, boy, like it just kind of just turn them nerves in you. But I mean, you know, it's a job, man. I do. I just look at, I don't mind doing what I do at the end of the day. I just like to just know people really take it for granted, don't take it for granted and take that will and that mindset, pull your own. Want to be able to stand and do, because we got a whole nation of people we gotta try to project a better image to. We don't have a good image to our boys. We don't have a good image to our girls. We don't have a good image to our women. I mean, we have the so-called Negro man. He has failed badly. There ain't every individual one, but too many of them made so many bad mistakes till it just made it hard on us. You know what I'm saying? You can't break down. You can't cry. You can't quit. You can't stop. And we don't have that support group to where people can get us to say, well, listen, I don't know how. Teach me how so I can do it. If I learn how to do it, I'll do it. We didn't have that. People didn't take our hand and do it. We'll connive and scheme and make excuses and get around. I don't have the time to do it. It takes too much time to do that. Everything that I did, I wasted a lot of time. I could have just been straight down the middle and kept moving. And that's what I do to be a man. Everybody not going to like you for what you might take a stand for and do. But at the end of the day, you got to feel good about yourself. I'm just being honest. You got to feel good about yourself. As a man, you know, you don't get our people like to really work together, to really try to get some bill where we can establish ourselves. That's why we'll be left at these people's hands. You left at their hands, you know you're the first one to let go. Last one high, first one fired. First one high, they're going to show you be the first one fired, no matter when they get you. And we put ourselves in that position for so long, at some point you got to realize, I mean, how long you going to keep putting yourself in the same situation? To where you always in their hand. You always, I mean, we'll talk about how white America treats us, but at the same point, why you keep putting yourself in the situation? I ain't talking about to get shot by the police. I'm talking about America as a whole, how it treats us. And everybody ignores us. Everybody want to acknowledge what happens to them, though. Everybody want to, they're going to celebrate Robert E. Lee's birthday, same day they celebrate Dr. King. This is a white man who was a terrorist who fought against America. That same flag that if you don't stand up for when they do the national anthem, them folks will run you off. There's no way Robert E. Lee would have stood up for it. He'd have stood for the Confederate. He was a terrorist. He's no better than Osama bin Laden. He's no better than nobody else, Al-Shaqlaq or whoever they got. The man fought right here in America against America. What's the other down here? Benning, Fort Benning, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Every one of these folk, all these folk were racist terrorists that fought against America. The same America they tell you to love, you fight for, you pray for, you stand for the flag. They'd have never stood for it. They only stood for the Confederate. They was against being on that flag. They was against the United States being united. And they got bases and plaques and statues named after them. And they want us to sit down and act like nothing happened. These the people had us in slavery and fought because they didn't want to let her go. They did not want to let free labor go. Nobody talked to the labor to see how we felt about it. Then they taught you lies that the North freed you. That's a flat lie. They did not fight to free you. They will compete against the South, the same thing they're doing today, and the South cannot outproduce the North. They're just not able. That's just being honest. They don't wear no drawers. You got to wear drawers. Drawers are a vital part of your ability to be able to do it. He gave us drawers to Louis. What you think? He gave them drawers. I don't know why these folks want to walk around with no drawers on. The Kohan had to wear drawers. You need drawers, people. He said, so when he go up, we don't see your nakedness. These folks are deliberately walk around with no drawers on. Stop it. All right. Moral of the story, wear drawers. But it's just honest and truthful. There's no way to sit on the system that does not respect you. That's just being practical. I don't get it. I don't get what makes sense. You complain about it, and I talk about it all the time, because I just don't get in my mind why people color any other race. I don't get where's everybody's mind at? I never seen so many people love homosexuality, kid trans. You gotta love it because you don't have a problem with it. This is a system. Where are all these so-called good white people? Where are all these other good black people? Where are all these people at? Why is it that the country and the world running like this? You can't borrow money unless you go along with homosexuality. You can't stay on YouTube. You can't get, what they call that, funny, where they give you this money. I don't need nobody. Listen, man, make your own money. Listen, why you think that all these people get on YouTube and make money? Because they know what people do for the love of money. There's no respect. You can't get one athlete, one singer, one to come and say, I'm against homosexuality. And what's going to happen in your career? What, they going to, over the course of time? Everybody love money. Everybody bow down to money. I could have been somebody. I could have grown up and been somebody. If I sold out, do like these people do, go and get me a little sis up here, let him teach every now and then, let him hit that keyboard every time, hit a little sugar come out there and fall, a little sugar grain hit on their tongue. They'd be like, man, that man up. They'd be like, powerful preacher. They'd be like, powerful. Word of God, man of God, just the word coming. I ain't got no reason to come around these people. That's why I work the way I work. I ain't gonna never bow down to these people. Ain't gonna bow down no system. I ain't gonna compromise. I'm a defender of the liberty of our people. And man, if you done done something that you deserve to get shot for, then that's what you done brought yourself. You ain't got no business getting shot for your color or cause somebody irresponsibility. I ain't gonna ever agree to it. Never. It'll never happen. We have an important why we're going, these same people again, why everybody good with these Greek words? Because they don't affect them. You won't ever find white folk running to try to go learn African. They'll learn anybody else's language that'll spin right, because anything Spanish go right back to white. Every other language go right back to white. That's why they're teaching in school. Why won't they teach African? We don't have no Africans here? That don't make no sense, huh? Well, see, we have Hispanic people here. We don't have black people here? Because you made me learn your language. We can't learn mine. The Bible is okay as long as it's in English, and now I find faults in your stuff. Why is that not a problem? Why is it not a problem that these are Greek gods? That's scary. What would be why you just can't call it what he called it? Why is it okay to call these by Greek gods? I don't understand it. What's the problem? Why would we do that? How many of y'all are familiar with oceanographers? Who know what an oceanographer is? How many of y'all heard of the word? Oceanographer. What is an oceanographer? Anybody knows? Study the who? Boss, can you look up what an oceanographer is, please? Can you spell that? Look up ocean and auger. Oceanographers. And these are people that study the ocean. Oceanography is the study of all the aspects of the what? Oceanography covers a wide range of, from marine life, ecosystems to current, waves, the movements of what is sediments, and seafloor geology. Okay. Now what's wrong with that? What's wrong with being an oceanographer? Hands? Anything wrong with it? I got one. What's wrong with being an oceanographer? He says too broad. Somebody give me another one. What is it? It might have something to do with paganism. Interesting. Can we look up what oceanus is? My body lies over thee. Oh, I'm sorry. Oceanus. Oceanus. In what? Greek mythology, the river that flows around the earth, conceived as flat. For example, in the shield, this, I don't know who, the Achilles, described in Humorous, and wherever this is, the book, this was the book beyond it, to the west, where the sunless land, or whoever this is, the country of dreams, and the entrance to the underworld. What they don't tell you about this, they believe that Oceanus was here in the beginning. You know who told you he was here in the beginning? Yahuah. He said, I was here in the beginning. This is white folk stuff. They're okay with it because it's their stuff. Oceanus is a Greek god. So you're referring to, you're talking about a Greek. Why would you, people say, look at the ocean. Look how beautiful the ocean is. See, the sea are only tracks. Most of y'all don't want to know the difference because they'll tell you playing a word game. The sea are tracks in the water, okay? Ocean refers to Oceanus because it refers to a Greek god who they're saying was in the beginning. This is what your book told you. Yahuah saying he was in the beginning. They're telling you that Oceanus is the one that put the water here. The reason you won't know it because you ain't white. It ain't your word and you ain't Greek. No one will ever acknowledge you or your language. They're only going to acknowledge what is white because you're in America. Don't get mad at white people. This is why you need your own. This is why you have to speak your language. Because you'll say a whole lot of stuff out your mouth and don't realize you're not talking to him, you're talking to somebody else. This is why we don't use God title. This is why we don't use dear Lord stuff. Let's just go with what he's, if Lord is the same thing, then it shouldn't be a problem if I call him dear Don. That's what he said he was. If he'd have told me he was Lord, then I say he was Lord. He never told me that. Their Lord is something they're going to put on somebody else. I just rather stay with his stuff for safety. I want everybody on the same page to know why we doing what we doing. White English didn't even come into play when this came. This is them taking something, putting it in their language, and then it's okay as long as it come along and it denotes them. You don't see white people going tearing out white Jesus out no Bible. You don't see white people painting him black in no Bible. It don't affect them because it's them. It affects us when the region he came from and the color of his skin was ours. So when we say it, we're not spiritual now. We're worried about the wrong thing and we should be worried about the word. Why you ain't worried about the word when the word told you what color he is and he got in his white? This is some idol. It shouldn't be there, but it's not a problem to white people. It's a problem when we want him to be the color he's supposed to be. That bothers me. Because people of color are not being enriched because you keep living a lie. You're constantly being taught lies. This is why we had to go through all these translations looking, because people playing with you the whole time. Let me see the olive bell. This is the olive bell. This is the ancient. Let's come out and look at it. Where's the mem at? The mem. What is the mem? What is the mem? Water. What else? What else? What else? Dumb. Look up chaos. Then tell me, this is what we put for the definition. This is why we can't play around with their words. Let's see chaos. What is chaos? Complete disorder or confusion. Nothing wrong with that, is it? Now nobody can talk. Anything wrong with this? Let's see what the Greek god is, chaos. See, a lot of words you just take off your back and you just take and get it. Who defined it? Who defined the word? Oh, that's Greek too? What's that, cosmologist? Tells us the very first of all, the origin of the empty, what is that? Unfoundable space at the beginning of time, but it is more than just a gapping void, as his name is usually translated from the ancient Greek, was that personified as a female, chaos. See, this is the problem I have with English words. That's why I had to use arbitrary words, because a lot of this stuff always refer to what white people are comfortable with. Words that's comfortable for them, that they'll say, well, it depends on how you want to use it. I don't care how you use it, it's their stuff. He never said it. That's why we don't use it, and let's just stay with what the man said. You'll get comfortable. You'll drop your guard instead of everybody being honest. This is why you cannot afford to sit on your behind and just be comfortable with everything they say and say it's okay. It's not okay. They're playing you every time. On every end, you're going to be played. You can look them up. That's an English word, chaos. It's not our word. I don't care what they go put. This is how they cover them up. Because you got to go back to root them out to find out where it all come from. That's why he's sending you back to the beginning. You need to go back to see what I said. But this is never important now. This only important is you'll get the same meaning from chaos that you'll get from what he was saying. Let's go back to Malcolm, y'all. We want to see, is there importance for us to learn our language? 13, what we at, 13 and 9? 12? Okay, 12, listen.
And all Yehudah brought a tithe of the wheat and the wine and the oil into the treasuries, to the charge of the Salamiah, the Kohan, and Sadak, the scribe, and Phadeah of the Luim, and next to them was Anan, the ben of Zakur, ben of Methaniah, for they were accounted Amunah. It was their office to distribute to their Akim. Zakar me, O Elohim, in this, and let not my kindness be forgotten, which I have wrought in regard to the bed of Yahuah Elohim.
That's all we want Elohim to do for us, for everybody. One thing I believe this is for everybody. I'm a believer of this. If we get everything back to its simplest point, we can take out all of the disarray and the division we have with every nation. Because at some point we had to sit down and be truthful about things and look at things for what they are. These books were not put together to make sure you got salvation by the hands of everybody's hands touching. That's just not the point. I don't know how anybody could actually believe it. It makes absolutely no sense. The people that defined it gave you chaos. They did all the study and they gave you an English word for chaos that's a Greek word. Now they can come and tell me, oh, that's the same thing. I don't know how it's a Greek god. It's not something that I'm comfortable with doing. No more with Chronicles, like they give you chronicling time. It goes to Greek god as a chronicle. I don't believe that time held wings. If I have to be saved by what he said, doesn't it make sense for me to look at what did he say? Doesn't it make sense for me to know what did he mean when he said it? You're dealing with Western disciplines, European discipline, versus you're dealing with Middle Eastern principles. These people worked with and dealt with, they understood things because it was their culture. A lot of things we understand is from slave culture. What do you teach a slave? Everything you know? No. You don't teach a slave everything you know. You teach a slave how to operate and to obey. This is why the so-called Negro is in the situation he's in today. There's no movement out here to move in liberation. I don't know why won't people agree on there needs to be a separation. Let people of color rule themselves. Give them what belongs to them and see how it work out for them. Everyone's okay because they're not under us. Let them be under us and let us shoot them. Let their babies come up there and see if they still good. With just having the book. It makes absolutely no sense. The Luim had Elohim. Why they just didn't worry about not eating and just stay in the temple and just keep working? It made no sense when they had nothing to eat. The man said he understood. Why he didn't tell them people they were going to burn for leaving? Because it made no sense to stay in there and keep serving when you don't have nothing. Wow. Guess that ain't written. Why he said he understood that? How could he possibly understand? They left. How he understand they left? How you understand that? I understood it because the people weren't doing their job. These people were stuck to fend for themselves. People not practical. Let me tell you what black people look like. Lazy and complainers. Of course we complain. We the people getting shot doing all the work. We the first people we don't say something, we're terrorists. We the first people we don't stand up there. When they stand up and lift every voice and sing? When they play it to a Negro flag? They'll acknowledge Cinco de Mayo. They'll acknowledge anything on a threat to them. The Spanish people don't realize you're not that bright. Only they acknowledge you because you slave too. Because they got a hand in all your stuff. Everything they got their hand in everybody's stuff. Everything they acknowledge, see don't they have a hand in it? Look when they claim Indian. Why you want an Indian when you came in here you killed them? You're an Indian after they die when you want some free license. That's just being honest. I can't get away with it. Let me go tell them folks I'm an Indian. They're going to run me out of there. Everybody going to take me out. They're going to run me out of there. Boy, you a coon. This is the world we live in. And you're never going to fix it until people start living a lie. Unlike any white person, I don't care who it is. I wouldn't celebrate my dad if I found out my daddy had white folks and he was raping them and killing them. I wouldn't hang a picture in my house. My great-granddad, I don't care what ignorance he had, I wouldn't. Now, ask the other white folk where they do it. Back then, people didn't know. They'll pull that stuff when it's their people. They'll never pull it for you. How I don't know now if I kill a white person? How I don't know if I raped a white girl? Because it's always to their convenience and it can always be explained. You're always going to be the last and you're going to be the offspring of this place. Don't ever be no fool. You need your own. You need to be governed by yourself. That's just the best way to do it, and everybody can be equal. Every race need to govern themselves, then everybody equal playing field, you can end all that. You can't blame nobody then. Oh, something happened. You take care. You, your own people, take care of yourself. Damn, everybody ought to do. What's wrong? I don't get it. Explain to me, where's the race? What keeps you from being saved if everybody govern themselves? Tell me, how did this start salvation? It don't stop nothing. It stopped everybody from manipulating everybody. Every race claim them. Those folk that call themselves Indian, they need to be able to govern themselves. If they want to live like that in TP and live, that's them doing their own, they live like that because they've been forced to do it by the hands of white people. And don't go put that junk on them folk. The folk, you put them in that situation. Everybody have been put in these situations by the hands of whites, and they know they have. And they said and play like it's not because it's not them. Yep, that's right. It ain't you. Of course you don't care. It ain't you. It ain't your grandmama. Our grandmama dead. Our grandma been raped. You know how many? You think white people be good in America if they great-grandmama who still living was raped by a black man? The average black woman back after her grandmama, her mama and them have been raped, possibly by these people. And that's okay, you still gotta love them and take care of them and raise their kid. You tell me you gonna take care of somebody's kid, they done raped your mama? They done raped you, you gonna take care of them and you gonna nurse them and keep them? Ain't nobody been more loyal to their place than us. That's right. We don't owe nobody no apology for that. That's retarded. They ought to be begging us at our knees. That's crazy. That's crazy that we think that's okay. Come on, look at that.
Zakar me, O Elohim, in this, and let not my kindness be forgotten which I have wrought in regard to the bed of Yahuah Elohim.
Is that the word shaking or this thing right here shaking? Okay, the film shaking? I thought this thing was shaking. Like, how's this thing move? Go ahead.
In those Yamim, I saw in Yehuda unashamed treading wine presses on the Shabbat, and carrying sheaves and loading asses with both wine and grapes and figs and every kind of burden, and bringing them into Jerusalem on the Shabbat Yom.
A lot of us, we be sneaking working. Finding work, a lot of stuff we gonna cut out. When Shabbat come, y'all, all that stuff cut out. When that Shabbat drop, all that. Business phone call, all that, let that jump. Listen, it's time for it to stop because we start slicking the system. A lot of stuff, I'm telling you, honestly, we gotta start cutting the foolishness out. A lot of stuff, it just gotta fend for itself. Somebody done died or killed or something, like, okay, but we gotta let you start handling that. Shabbat, we gotta start acknowledging and getting back. They ain't just Shabbat now. We gotta start back acknowledging that man's stuff. Now let's see what he saw them doing. He said, I see them doing all kind of work, and then these folk will bring this in Jerusalem. Listen, so you done got way too comfortable. Now you done brought in Jerusalem. Come on.
And I testified in the yum of their cell. Also, there dwelt in it unashamed bringing fish. And
Well, we won't use the italicized. He put them in brackets because those not real words, but I guess they put it letting us know it was men. So,
yes, sir. Also, there dwelt in it bringing fish and selling every merchandise to the benim of Yehudah and in Jerusalem on the Shabbat. And I strove with the free benim of Yehudah and said to them, what this Rosha thing which ye do, and profane the Shabbat Yom.
Come on.
Did not your Abba thus and our Elohim brought upon them and upon us and upon this city all these Rosha?
See, now we're looking at why we see all the destruction and stuff done came on them because of the stuff we done done. Now, the people might have brought it, but you don't have to buy it. A lot of things, it didn't like seem simplistic, but a lot of things we look at doing, people got comfortable. And this has happened with us. We done got comfortable. We got comfortable, and we get comfortable, we start thinking things okay, and it's okay, and sometimes a need. You'll start making things to try to justify as a need when it's really not a need. That thing is only down to a need. It's not a necessity. We need to just cut it off. A lot of stuff just need to cut it off. It don't have to be done. It make no sense to just go and do it. That's just being honest. Listen, if we're going to be truthful about being saved, we're going to be truthful all the way around. Where does the error come? This man brought this up and talk about, listen, did not your Abba thus and our Elohim brought upon them and upon us and upon this city all these Rosha. Now he's just talking about them on the Shabbat, which makes sense because you go back to the book of Uyakra that they call Leviticus, talking about the Levitical priesthood, which is a lie because the book is named He Called. All right, so now when we look at this, the man is telling us, he told him when he put us out the land, he said until the land kept her Shabbats. So he's letting us know this is why you got put out for not keeping this thing properly. So this is why we have to go back and we got to start looking at where's our error? How many of y'all have questioned, what am I doing? Why am I not further? What's holding me? Because we're starting to go back. This is what they're going back through. He looked at, why these people not here? Because the people not doing what they're supposed to do. That's why they're out in the field. I understand why. He said, but then I came to put them in their place. Did he put them in their place and that was it? What did he do to put them in their place? Hands, 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 hands. Good answer. Tell them what the answer is, Bishop. See that? Tell them louder. Exactly. What did he do? Hold on, I got another one. You're going to start at minister and work your way back up to apostle. Go ahead, minister. All right, say them louder. So he's going to do it twice. Who knows he shouldn't have done that? Say that right answer. Tell us what did he do to put them in their place. Yes, Tim. He brought the wine and the corn and the treasure. Let me ask you a question. He right. Okay. Let me borrow it for a second. Now, you know why they went off, right? Okay, come on, son. Because they had no provisions. So he said, I came and set them back in their place. Why were they going to stay in their place? We're in the same situation. So if I set you in your place, wouldn't it make sense for me to give you your provisions? Okay, let me try to help y'all out a little bit. And it might seem like I'm on a drive for just black people. I'm really not. I just understand the course of what's going on, white people not. It's hard to focus to something when you don't have nothing. You can have your heart set towards something, but being practical. I'm put in a situation. When the situation changes, it allows me to be able to do. When I see, this is what they want to do. How he had that much sense, Elohim ain't smarter than him. Put them in their place, but give them what they need so they can stay in their place. That's what I'm trying to do for us. I already know why you out of place. I understand why it's hard for people of color to do what they need to do. You out of place, you're out of order. But you need to understand the part you play. This is not a message of hate white people. That is not my teaching. We hate principles of things that work against us. Don't ask me to enjoy and love things that work against me. That makes no sense. But I have to look at why I'm in such a disarray and why I can't get my people to focus. I understand why you can't do it. When you have I got Dan, use Danny for instance. He got daddy, what you got, 8, 9 kids? 8 kids. They ain't got no food. Come on, serve it, man, let's serve the Lord. And what's going to be wrestling through his mind? I got 8 kids, and they starving, they hungry. It's going to be hard. Come on, brother. Brother, you just need to have some faith, brother. That's not working. Let me get him the provision. Even Yahuah, when he took the people out, he told them to feed the multitude. Who know why? Say what? Why they going to faint? They got Yahuah with them. Yahushua and Yahuah leading them. How can you possibly faint? Because you a man and you ain't ate, Daniel. And you going to fall out. He knew these people not going to keep following me if they're not eating. That makes no sense. See, what it is, they ain't spiritual. People try to make a fool out of us. Ain't nobody make no fool out of me. I'm practical. If that man said they were going to faint in the way, why he just didn't let the spirit move and feed them? Because you don't live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of Elohim. All they had to do was give him the word. He went for it. Why he didn't make them go 40 days like him? He could have told, hold on, has it been 39 days? I did 40. You know he looked at, everybody ain't where I'm at. Listen, what don't break me, everybody ain't me. There's a lot of stuff I can take and handle. But I know my people, these people, y'all can't handle that stuff. People talking about, man, that preacher. I'm built a different type of way. That ain't better than nobody else. I have dealt with so much stuff. I have done so much stuff. It's a lot I can endure and take and keep going. You know what I'm saying? I've had to do that. I had to stay up for days because I was stealing. And I've done so much. I'm telling you, I've done a lot of stuff. I have done a lot of stuff. Y'all have no idea the stuff I have done. But I've done stuff. So it put me in a place to look at this, like a lot of stuff that stress a lot of y'all go, it really ain't nothing to me. I've done it because I've done so much. I had to be on the run for my life. I'm talking about my life. I ain't talking about no food. For my life. For my life. I have done a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff that I cannot tell. I have done a lot of stuff. Y'all hear me? So, going and keep, they be like, please just keep going. I did that in the street. I did in the street. Man, I sleep. You had to cat now. You had to get back. You had to go. Because what I had to do, I had to go. That's it. 11 o'clock, I'm up riding. We stealing. If it rain, I'm up before then. I got to go. I had to go. When it rain, people go to sleep. Listen, rain put them to sleep. Your car gone. I got your car. Listen, you gone. We coming to get your stuff. Listen, I rode. That's what I had to do. I've been running for my life. I had folks shooting at me. I had the whole 9. And I had to do some stuff back. But again, we'll leave that where it's at. I had to do a lot of stuff. So y'all got to understand. Y'all got to forgive me. When I don't break down and do the stuff y'all doing, because I look at, man, I've done some real stuff. And I did stuff a whole lot more than this. This is like almost like a cakewalk. I know they be done. Preacher, man, I've been honest with you. It caused what I had to do. So I really don't think a whole lot about stuff. I get pissed. I said that I had to keep moving. I don't have to, listen. When you're doing certain stuff, you can't keep your mind in a certain place too long. You got to keep moving. I guess I kind of tell you in the street. We did stuff, man. You had to let it go. You can't talk about, they said janky. That's the end of conversation. When somebody said that janky, that's the end of conversation. Don't talk about that. We felt like it was bad, leave it on. So that's why I say, y'all, I do something. I said, I'm good. I let it go. I said, you can hold it. I'm done with it. It's kind of I was in the street. Don't way to do it. They be like, that's janky. We don't talk about it. We leave it alone. Anybody tell me something? But why, though? Well, we leave it alone. We keep moving. You got to keep your mind somewhere else. So it's stuff I learned how to do in the street. I just transfer it over, and I look at it from a Rue Rockney end. I can't carry that. It's janky for me. You know what I'm saying? It's janky. When something janky, it'll get you caught up, it'll get you jammed up, it'll take you down. Y'all got what I'm saying? So that's how I put problems in certain situations. That's janky for me. Because I'm trying to I had my mind on, I'm trying to steal, I'm trying to do something, so I can't put my mind on that. Y'all got it? When he told you set your affection on things above it, this is not hard for me. Because I understood that from the street premise. So a lot of stuff y'all y'all let that stuff take y'all, let that. Man, no, you ain't gonna be in no better place. Listen, being where y'all at it, you're in a good place. You're in a good place. You don't want to be out there with that. You don't want to do that. This the best mind. This the best place you're gonna be in. I ain't talking about him now. I'm talking about being with him. You don't want to do that. I ain't never had one of them liars out there where you just go and just enjoy yourself. Never had that. Everything out there led to something. You had to watch everybody. Everybody was trying to get something. Everything was a scheme. Everything had a hustle to it. You know what I'm saying? So it always kept you always guarding yourself on everything. You know what I'm saying? So like, to get out of that, just, Y'all in a good place. Get your mind right, get set on. You don't want to live like that. You don't want to live like no animal. I live like an animal. You don't want to live like no animal. You want to live like a human being and have your mind set on salvation. Like I said, seek those things which are above, not on things on the rise. That's just being honest. A lot of this stuff, you can't let it. There are things you need in order for you to survive and to have, but don't let that stuff be no Elohim. Ain't nothing I got no Elohim in me, I assure you, not at all. They ain't that serious. I had too many times. You know what I did? I lost too many times. You know what that teach me? When they say he give it, he take away, he not lying. He not lying. Listen, you can have and feel like you set. And you know what? You better get your behind up because you not set no more. He'll take it that fast. He'll move. He'll change your whole world that quick on you. And that's why I'm afraid of. That's why I'm him. He changed it too many times like that. I had to, listen, just like that, everything gone. Everything. You don't know what happened that quick. You think you was set solid? You liquid. I ain't talking about with cash either. You running. You flowing. Not in a good position. Everything over. You just realize, it scared me. It scared me y'all be so comfortable and you sitting here, you don't appreciate your life he gave you. You don't want to live like that. I got some people should be in here. They can't come in. I got some people can't come. I got some people never believe that. They won't even watch it. They can't come in. I got some old friend that watch me. Ernie seen one. Ernie. Let me ask something. There's a guy rode up out there one day, didn't he? You remember? There you go. There's a guy rode out there and asked you about me. He told you about me? Oh, yeah. What he told you? Tell him loud. What he told you?
He said that he remembered you from the 5th grade looking for you. And he said that we are in a good place, that you are a good guy.
I told you that?
No, sir, he didn't.
Y'all know why he told you that? He know what I used to do. We used to do it together. I actually known him since about probably 3rd grade. He want to come. Can't come. When you did too much stuff, all you do is sit back. I know how you think. I know exactly how you think. He ain't the only one. I got a couple. I said, listen, they watch. They're telling me, oh yeah, that far they can go. When you did too much out there, that stuff will lay and weigh on you so much. It's hard to fathom because you done did. I already know how they think. I know how it feels, but it's a chance for you. It's a chance for everybody. Y'all have no idea, man. I did a lot. I did a lot of stuff. It's a lot of people that a lot. They would like to come. They can't come. And I know why. Ain't me telling you stupid. Like, you don't know what they've done. I know. See, when people watch us, people don't look at the struggle that we've gone through as a race. You know what I'm saying? You can't negate the fact it ain't just you. This is something that's being persecuted or predicated upon the whole race. Everybody's suffering. Everybody's going through it, and you look and you get treated, you're demeaned and disrespected. People tell you, get over it. Let September 11 go. You took September 11, 2000, what is it, 2000, year 2000? 3,000 something people were dead. 3,000 something people were killed. 19 Saudi Arabians they told of. How we wound up tearing up Iraq? How did we go to Afghanistan? You punished everybody because 3,000 people died. You went to places that don't even communicate with each other. They have no dealing with each other. And you say, you know what? All them ragheads. This is how white people process you. You tore up two separate, you never went to Saudi Arabia. You grounded every plane in America and you let the Saudis fly out of him. They were the only people in the air. This is how they think. Because they could benefit from the Saudis, they said, put it on everybody else. Then white people say, don't categorize all us together, but you do it to everybody else. It's scary. They can never see themselves as the animal people they are. It's scary. When it's our kids down, our women down, they want us to pray. When do white people pray? When do y'all ever stop, did not fight and say, let us pray? We got videos of us praying in marches. And somebody died, somebody beat, somebody falsely in prison. We always praying. When do they pray? The only thing makes sense, complete separation. We need to govern ourselves. You need to govern yourself. How they tell it? Everybody govern yourselves accordingly. And we can just do business. We can get, if everyone can be fair, everybody can treat each other right. But it's hard to treat each other right if somebody feel like they're more superior than another. Being a Yehudi is more superior than anybody. Y'all got what I'm saying? Because of the religious part of what we believe. Yes, he regards the religious part of that because these is a people that acknowledges him first, not color, the race. But he made a particular people suffer because we ignored him. We disregarded his Torah. And now we're looking for this man to come and place us in a better place. But I'll be honest with you. We just need a little something to hold on to now. Am I any worse than Tamar? Yahuah told her he was going to come back. She said, just leave me something till you get back. Just leave me something till you get back. We know the Ruach HaKodesh, she wanted the bracelet, she wanted the staff, she wanted the ring. She said, I just want to hold on to something you come back, make sure you're coming back. There's some places you'll go, they'll make you leave collateral just to make sure you're coming back. Tomorrow, I just want something till you come back. Can we at least set the world up? And this is what I really believe in. Every race should be a part of. Let's get rid of every rotten, no good scoundrel, no good, dirty dog we got in them that causing any problem. I'm with them. There's some black people ain't no good. We shouldn't even keep them. I'll be the first. Line them up. We pass the new law. I'll shoot them. I don't want folks wasting their time. I ain't gonna be able to sleep. I'll sleep. Bam, bam, bam. Just shoot them up. Line them up. There's some rotten Hispanic, rotten black, rotten white, rotten Chinese people. And I'm against blindfolding them. So we'll get rid of all thread. Everybody got a pen and yeah. If that's a fear they have, a thread blindfolding them, a piece of thread, we'll get rid of all thread. Everybody just got to pin their clothes up. Do y'all know what the fear had to be? Every time you see somebody with a piece of thread hanging off their clothes, you thinking they could take that and blindfold me, because you know Chinese people keep their eye like. They should have the right to feel safe. We'll put that in the law. Everybody, if you got a thread hanging, cut it off, burn it off immediately, because we want them to feel comfortable. Hello? Y'all don't want to make people feel comfortable. Why people can't, I know I asked y'all this. I don't get this for the life of me. Why people just can't love each other? Why people can't call everybody? Listen, I got a cousin, he dead. I really used to like him too. I found out that he had been touching his stepdaughter. He dead. I'm glad he dead. He ain't died fast enough. He wanted to come and see me and call back. My father, I'm different other folk. I know y'all can love it. I don't want nothing to do. I just don't want nothing to do with you. All I think about, you'll put that girl through that. And the mama defending the husband and not the daughter. I said, man, come on, man. Come on, man. You don't wreck this girl like that. Destroy this girl. And folks will look at it. I have, well, you know, they family. I say, they ain't family to me. I cut y'all. I don't care about this. I really like this cousin. I don't give a fly. I use every word I could possibly use belongs to him. And anybody in my family don't like it, I don't have to use the word. I can use these. Anyone don't like it, all you got to do is call me. I guarantee that I'll give you every one. I'll unload them dead in your head. I don't play that stuff. I don't go along with that stuff. If I found out my dad had an issue with touching a little girl like that, listen, I'm for burning him now. Don't wait, burn him now. No, I'm not finna, I don't support no foolishness like that. I don't know what folks think. I don't go along. I don't get how people, let's look at the good. You ain't done no good. Your good is done. Your good is done. When I say I'm against white people raping and all the rape, it don't make sense. Oh, but that's my daddy. How that work? How that work? How you criticize another rapist something, but your own people can do it? See, that's why I said, that's when you ain't family. I know. They go to family reunion, come on. Y'all, they try to put that stuff in. We still family. I said, I don't want nothing to do with them. I don't want to play that family game where we cover up. I already know about it. Too much stuff been covered up. And nothing get better with that cover up. Otherwise, leave you alone. Keep you where you at. I don't want to be bothered with you. A lot of y'all, I know, that hurt you. We all got them. I'm different. I just rather leave you where you at. I don't want nothing to do with you. I'm just flat. I don't want nothing to do with you. As soon as you die, I'll be glad. I know your family, the rest of them ain't, and I don't want to run their mouth and say to them, oh, I killed Tony. Don't let your mouth mess around and make you put up that with him now. That's the threat on my life now. You don't want to do that now. I take that very, very serious. That family stuff don't mean nothing. I don't go along with it's wrong. What wrong? I don't get this. I don't get. If I got a picture of my granddaddy, and my granddaddy used to kill white people, I'm sitting looking at the picture, they're like, yeah, but see, back then, how he didn't know that? Ain't it something in you? With God, let me tell you something. With everything that goes on in America, when I saw that guy down that ground, nothing came in me and say, start killing white people. Go kill white people. Go kill white kids. When that little black one, nothing said, go start killing white kids. I'm saying like Musha said, the person that did it, cast him from among you. Get the one who did it. That's who done it wrong. Everybody's trying to suffer for them, but we all got to sound and take accountability. If we all came together, black, white, Hispanic, Chinese, whatever, just when I say Chinese, I don't want to group it. If it's offensive, I do apologize because there's so many different other ethnic groups of that. But whatever the ethnic group be called, just to, to know all those people, all I need to come together and say, you know what, enough is enough. We need to talk. When I say all these races need to talk, black people need to talk because black folk got a lot of junk going on. Oh, yeah, there's too much junk going on. We need to get all this whole hair out your head. First thing I was standing at the door. As soon as they walk, just snatch every black woman hair and find out who got real hair. Scowl, snatch her. Then go sit down. Then we're going to have to put boys on one side, girl, because there's going to be a lot of bald-headed black women. I'm just saying, if you don't put the sign, you ain't going to know who is who now, because a lot of weed going on. But then, we'll pack it back down and we'll talk out of it. No, we ain't got. Maybe. Let's just put it on the agenda for the second me. But we do. Let me tell you something. It's the truth. Black men got a problem, and black men need to get it fixed. Black men are lazy. Black men are unproductive. Black men are not pulling their weight. That's as a whole. That's not every individual black man. They need to be told the truth. See, you telling us, oh, you trying to shine from them crackers. No, I ain't trying to shine from it. It's the truth. I know what we need to do. We make too many excuses. We too injured. We need to fix. We need to talk so we can fix our injury. Then we can be better men to our women. Y'all don't realize, okay, y'all ain't gonna never get no productive black man until he gotta get over his problem. He can't keep toning around and keep hollering, he wanted. We need to heal you, nigga, because you holding us back. Everyone, include me. We need to heal. We need to heal. You need to heal. We need to heal. So now we go get with other races. We can help each other better. But if you just say all us come together, I'm for that. But white people need to get they got problems. Chinese people need to get it. They got problems. Hispanic people we need to fix our problems. Because if we try to get together, we gonna have these problems gonna keep coming up. We need to get these folks. I don't want to work with nobody. I'll be honest with you. I don't want to deal with nobody else. We don't need you. We don't need you. Because the world can't exist with just us. Even Yahuah, he said, little by little, I'm going to take your enemies out. You going to try to do something that ain't going to work. Let's just start killing them. That's not going to work. Let Yahuah do his job. But we need to fix these problems. A lot of stuff we can fix. We can't fix that, but it's a lot of stuff we can fix. We just got to be honest. Black people need the butt naked truth. You don't need no more lies. You need to be told the truth. You need a black man to tell you what kind of nigga you is. And I be that nigga. Anybody can tell a white man or white people better about themselves than white people, because they need to hear from somebody white. Me, tell it gonna look like, oh, you just hate white people. That's not true. And if a white man or Asian man or Hispanic man try to tell you about you, you gonna say they hate you. That's why they tell you. I need to tell y'all niggas how you is, because I be one of them niggas. That's how I know. I'm one of them niggas. So once we can get all our stuff grieving, then we say, all right, we done with that. Let's get out behind up and do what we're supposed to do. We're done. You can't come to that junk later on crying, I don't want to talk. We're done with that. Let's move on. Let's be productive now. Because now we need to get everybody together who got the mind to do right so we can get ourselves together. And we realize it's all of us against all of them. The bad whites, bad blacks, bad Mexicans, bad Hispanic. I don't know, it's too many different. Whatever your nationality, you ain't for living right and doing right, you against all of us. But we need to fix the problem. That way we can weed out who is who. So I went, well, let's get some pan where we cut the butthole out. We're going to end you tonight. This be your last meal right tonight. Because you already got your mind in the wrong place. We don't need you. I'm saying, y'all don't realize, I'm telling you something. You don't believe this. It's more people who mind to do the right thing. The problem is, everybody's scared to talk about it. Because everybody's scared you're going to infringe on somebody. The only way we're going to know where people at, we got to talk about it. We ain't going to never, okay, let's do the way we've been going. Black and white ain't met and talk yet. How well we doing? Hispanic and black ain't met and talk yet. How well we doing? These most of the game, black and Hispanic. Two niggas killing each other. And neither one of them ain't got nothing. How you got a territory? This America. Both of y'all retarded. This my hood. Nigga, this America. You ain't got no hood here. Nigga told us, spray paint something, they ain't your building, nigga. But you gotta be practical enough to tell them. These niggas claiming territory, in order for it to be yours, you have to legally go to an attorney and you have to get paperwork. This stuff gotta be recorded at the courthouse. That's how this yours. You walking here pissing on it and putting no graffiti on it ain't yours, nigga. That's stupid, but because they process stuff back. Nobody's telling them that, and all you doing is hurting other people following you. We need to cut it out and tell them, quit playing kids game. This how you do this. You want to do this? Go get your money together, find out who own it and buy it from them. Get the paperwork on this, and you own it, pay the tax. Then you can do what you want to do to it, unless the city got an ordinance here. Teach them law, because they really just wasting time. And they letting you make a fool out yourself, claiming a territory. You can't claim that you don't own nothing. Only people ever did that were white folk. Put a stake in the ground, it's theirs. Use a nigga. So you don't own nothing till you pay for it. And we gotta fix that. Our kids don't have no aspiration. They ain't got no black superhero. They ain't got nobody to look to. Carrie, wear that cape tomorrow. These kids need something to look to. It's a commandment, obey. How many of these kids, let's do that. How many of y'all kids know what they call a superhero is? Let me see here. What do real superheroes have? What do they wear? Say it louder. A what? So if you need to believe in a superhero, what they need to wear? I'm looking at the kid. I'm sorry. Yes, Hayward. Hayward's got something. Hayward want to be a superhero. That's true. Carrie, please wear some underwear on that thing, Carrie. Please. Please, Carrie, don't come in there. You ain't said nothing about no underwear. You said wear the cape. Isn't that right? Wear the underwear with it too, Carrie. But if we can just get everybody back to practical, we can fix it. Listen to this. Did not our Abba, thus and our Elohim brought upon them and upon us and upon this city all these roaches. Why this may say he said he brought upon the Abba and then it go to them? See, that makes sense, because otherwise, before you knew what you know now, would that make sense to you? It don't make sense. If they did it, then it's on them. But that's the Torah. That's showing you what. See, this is why, if you pay attention, this is why he's trying to show you where he found that there's some things that falling on you that actually shouldn't necessarily be your fault. That's what Yahushua came in. He came in and repaired where the faults were for us. Because let's be practical. I wasn't even living. Why would I actually be suffering from it? Don't y'all agree with that? I shouldn't be suffering. How many of y'all should be suffering because of something your father done? Shouldn't be suffering. That's before your time. Something that your fathers did before your time, you shouldn't suffer for it. Hands? Good. And you shouldn't get none of the benefits of whatever they reaped and they got to before you were living. See that'll tie you up right there. What about if your father never had got a business, viable business, got something going, and got something happening, and you shouldn't get that either. Because that's something they'll count, right? See, he tried to show you. See you which way you want to have it. You see how that works? So you say, wow, I guess I got to do like they say. I got to take the good and the bad. You see how it work out? Because now, what about what Abraham done? You shouldn't be saying nothing about Abraham. Because that'd be his tool, wouldn't it? You shouldn't get that. Was you there when Abraham obeyed? When he kept his stature and his talk? So why should you get the benefit? But we all just agreed, I did too. I shouldn't be suffering for nothing nobody done before my time, right? He said, well, then you shouldn't benefit from it either, should you? Wow, so that put us in a situation, don't it? Yeah, I know. I appreciate him. I appreciate him. And that what they call one of them catch-22. All right, and you bring, look. So is this all what the father did, or some of this might be? It's one thing now what we suffer for them. What about the mathematical problem we got? That addition upon Yashral by perfection. So now we ain't just looking at it now. We can't keep putting it on the fathers now, can we? We got to look at what we've added. Come on.
And it came to pass when the gates were set up in Jerusalem.
Trying to get y'all finished here. Come on.
Before the Shabbat that I spoke, and they shut the gates. And I gave orders that they should not be open till after the Shabbat.
Y'all hear that? I'm going to lock y'all in after Shabbat now. I'll move the car. I seen a ride out there, lock them in. Go ahead. No, I might not do that. Go ahead. It's not Jerusalem. Don't get scared. Go ahead. I'm going to stop coming. So don't get I know you. Go ahead.
And I said of my Abadim at the gate that none should bring burdens on the Shabbat Yom.
Mm-hmm.
So all lodged and carried on traffic without Jerusalem once or twice. Mm-hmm. Then I testified against them and said to them, why do ye lodge in front of the wall? If ye do so again, I will stretch out my hand upon you. From that time they came not on the Shabbat.
Now, I think some writers will say, he said he'll stretch out his hands to curse them. I think some translators say that he will stretch out his hand. Then what are they saying? He's saying stretch out his hand to do. Some say smoke, some say he will stretch out his hands as a curse. Can we see what different writings they have for that? Because I want to know what he said he's going to do. Because I believe he was a violent non-Christian. But I don't want my own interpretation. So they got other different writings. I'm just curious on what are they saying. Because I think with James said he smote him or something, didn't he? He laid hands on him. But I'm talking about then Shaul talk about the laying on the hands. These just some different, and these, do all these people go to research, just see what they all have in common. How about that? Woo! Go ahead. What's that? James. So the merchants, sellers, and all kind wear large without, okay. I need to move to the next verse. What is that? This. Latin Vulgate, James. Large wall. He said, I will lay hands on you. From that time forth came they no more. That thing serious when you talking about putting them hands. They're looking at you. Don't want to play that hand game. That's where the hand game come from. I testified against large. I said, okay, American Standard said lay hands. They try to say that American Standard is the more accurate. I think that's one they claim is a more accurate version. Do y'all know? I want to say they do Bible basic. So again, I will have you taken prisoners. Again, I will lay hands on you. That's Derby, Dewey Rim. Lay hands on you. The Noah book. Lay hands on you. Who are that? World English. Lay hands on you. Come on. Oh, he said, now, I like that young Jesus said, if you repeat it, a hand gonna be put forth on you. Oh, young Jesus said, that's what he gonna do. He said, I'm put that hand on you now. Pretty. What does the one he said in the Opera, the guy that do the translation, what does he say? Because some say I remember seeing someone that said that he'll stretch his hand out to curse them. Who? Stretch our hand against you, the Greek version? Okay. Knock them, y'all. 13. What's that, 21 or something? Or 9? What's that? I don't know. What's that? I shall send a hand against you. That's a little different. Okay, stretch out my hand against you. Now, when we looked in the one we just read, he didn't say stretch out a hand. Did he say stretch out a hand against them? Not this, the Greek was, they got the Greek here, they got the Greek on here too, right? Septuagint on this? No, I know we was reading this. I thought they had a Septuagint on here too. It's not. Just the Dewey Rim. Okay. Latin Vulgate. Okay. All right, we'll go back to what we're reading. All right. Woo. No, we'll go back to, you seen something? That's I shall sin. The hand is yard. The A is added. It's shalak. This James. But they put the E in front of shalak. So that changed the word. Like a verb. Sent away, for, or out. Stretch for. I don't know. If somebody just told me they're going to send a hand out against me, what I know about the hand. Okay. Appreciate that. So that's a little difference. I stretch out my hand. What they did is I stretch out my hand upon you. Okay. They could have looked at him stretching out their hand as a curse because Yahuah did that. The book said all this in his hand was stretched out still. That was against us. Let's see it right quick. See if that's the 9th chapter. I think it is the 9th chapter of the book of Yeshayahu. 9, 16, 17. I think it is. Let me see. Yeshayahu, they call Isaiah. Oh, yeah, sure. I got to write that crack pipe. I know y'all want to see it. That crack got to get out of here. Now, cuz I'm sorry I had them think about eating poop. Fertilizer. Let's see. The 9 to 16? Probably 17. This 12. Oh, this is another, where's this at? Oh, it's 9 and 12, I said 16. It says 17 too, ain't it? So look at this. He used 12. Syria, they call it from the rising, which is going to be, I think it say rising for here when you deal with the sun, going to be Zarak, not Kum. Kum will use that. Usually I think Zarak is more used toward when it deals with the sun rising. Correct, Boston? Am I correct? I think I seen something on that before. It was saying usually when you're using Zarak, it's usually dealing with like the Shamash rising. We use more Kum, I think, from the Moot. Syria from the Zarak of the Shamash, and the Greeks from the setting of the sun, the west, which is Yom. There's three different meanings. As it gets newer used, it changes. You devour Yasharal with an open mouth. For all this, anger is not turned away, but still, hand is exalted. It was stressed. So that would make the logical sense of why they stayed from against the wall. Because they knew he stretched out his hand, it was going to be a vexation against them. Let's see what he told them. So we look at it, we get it configured. Listen.
Therefore,
Hold on. I want a 16 though. Clear. That's Galatians. Yes, Yahuah. All right, listen.
and they that pronounce this
Hold. 9 to 16? 9 to 7. 9 to 6? 17? Child of boy. No, come on. 16, you go ahead, 16, we'll come to 17. Uh-huh.
And they that pronounce this Barak shall mislead them, and they misled them that they may devour them.
Let's say.
Therefore, Yahuah shall not take pleasure in their young anashim, neither shall he have pity on their orphans or on their widows, for they are all transgressors in Rosha, and every mouth speaks unjustly. For all this,
Hold on.
anger is not turned away, but hand is yet exalted.
So it's stretched out still. Exalted is stretched out. Hello? So that would make logical sense that they would look at it from that perspective of not coming to the wall, not actually laying hands on them, but that the fact that his hands will be up against them. They'll work against them. Hello? He didn't have to lay hands. His hands being stretched caused things to fall on us. Hello? I don't know what y'all doing. You know how the man told you he brought y'all out of Mizraim? What a mighty what? And what happened in Mizraim? See that? So you can see how it can work. A lot of times we'll want to see things that work a certain way to justify action, but when you look at the premise of what they knew about him, that when Yahuah's hand was stretched out against him, that worked in your derision, that worked in your destruction. So him letting him know that he was going to put his hands out against him was going to be a curse to him. Hello? Okay. When Yahushua was up on the two, you do know what the book said. Curse is everyone that hangeth on the ox. And what was his hands doing? They were stretched out. See, it became a curse for us. Okay? All right. Let's go back to Malcolm, y'all. Well, all this, what we're trying to do and what we don't want to do, we don't want to try to find our own way. I made it feel good to feel like he was out there slapping them out and knocking them out. But we don't want to take something and make our own way. I want to make sure we look at that. We want to look at it for what it is so we can get it right. Because it's too easy to take the book and you can formulate your own way and they can drive you away from it versus to him. That's for anybody. Me, you, and it is. That's how people do. Why you think you get religion? They come, let's kill white people. Let's kill everybody else. Everybody said they're the only people. Why people can't be the people that are killing other folks? I ain't got to kill nobody and be the person. He told us, let our oil so shine. The unseen can see our tube work. And then he said they can give kaboo to the Abba. Hello? That's what we want to do. We can get them to look to him. Ain't that right? That's what we got to do. We're trying to get people to look to him. But we go along, we contemplating the same way they're doing, it ain't going to help. Only we want to be separate. We want to be free to be able to serve Elohim. Hello? Let's see something for a second. Look at 169 of Oriel. Let's just see what they say. How about that? Can we follow what the book says? Let's see. Let's see. If I'm wrong, I'll take it. 169 Oriel. Y'all believe the book? All right. Let's see what he said. Listen.
And hath come up a horn of Yeshua to us.
What we know about a horn? I mean, what we know about Bakar, that's his strength. He take it, that's what he did, and raised up a horn. And get what that horn became? That became your Yeshua. Y'all hear what he did? He done cooned up a horn for us. Listen.
In the Beth of Daoud, his Abad.
I didn't know where it came from. What happened?
As he spoke by the paw of his Kodash Nabaim, who are
what?
from the beginning.
Before Oceana. Listen.
Yeshua from our enemies and
Hold on. She said, I'm sorry, for what? You said get up from sinning?
Yeshua from our enemies.
And from who?
From the hand of all that hate us.
Why should I be asking something different? Why would I ask them to leave me on the people that hate me? That man, they just sit here and told them to raise up a horn. Why they just worry about just getting rid of sin? Sin to blame. Why they want to get from under somebody? Why these folks, that man say, listen, this is after Mizraim, this is after the captivity we spent 70 years in Babylon. Why are they sit here and talk about us getting salvation? This is it. Once you get this, nothing else matter. But he said from our, that's what they got in Mizraim. How do people entail salvation mean you stay up under folks? That makes, I'm confused. Why are these folks saying salvation from this salvation? What do we know about salvation? That's you being saved. No, that's you getting the Ruach HaKodesh. That's how we learn. I never knew salvation was being delivered from no situation. I knew salvation for what I knew was Holy Ghost. That's salvation. You have the Holy Ghost. That's how, I never knew salvation. I didn't. I never knew that. Why are they talking about being delivered from the man? Hold on, come on, back me up. Let me see what the man talking about. 69, back me up, 65, 66. Let me find out what's going on. Maybe it's me, 66. Let's see. 66? Listen.
And all they that had Shama them laid them up in their logs.
Everybody
saying,
heard them. Lay them. What they say?
What in one think ye shall this Yaled be? For the hand of Yahuah was with him.
Listen.
And Zechariah his Abba was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, and he Naba saying,
What did he say? This is a man with the Ruach HaKodesh? What did he say?
Barak be Yahuah Elohim of Yasharal.
Because of what?
He has visited and wrought the redemption of his arm.
That's all I want redemption. That's all I want. What is redemption? Can we see what redemption means? English. We'll take it English. The action of saving or being saved from sin, error, or evil. Rosha. Folk that hate you gonna do you good. They're gonna do you Rosha. And they realize he done came to visit them, to deliver them from that. Y'all got it? From the act of sin and from Rosha. Listen. Hold on, I'm sorry. The action of regaining or gaining possession of something in exchange for payment or clearing a debt. Come on back over. Uh-huh.
And hath come up a horn of Yeshua to us in the Beth of Daoud his Abad.
Mm-hmm.
As he spoke by the paw of his Kodash Nabaim, who are from Barashi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeshua from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us.
See, look at that. See, this ain't both act. He want to deliver you Ruach and naturally. Listen,
to perform Rakam to our abode, and to Zakar his Kodash testament.
That's all he's trying to do. He told Abraham that know of a surety that your people are going to be upon us and they're going to be persecuted. But he said, but I'm going to deliver them. Hey, why wouldn't he? You've been why would he deliver you? Why would I not want, why would I be good just say me, this don't even matter. Just let him keep beating the piss out of me. Nothing else matter. That's not even part of his oath. Do y'all know what he told this man? Say, hold on, 15, borrow sheet 15. Right quick, let me see. See that 15 won't run out. Y'all good? I want y'all to know. See, this is the confusion, okay? The confusion come in when you go back to the Abba. What did he tell them? Why do people not want us to take what pertains to us? Shaul told you that. And pertaining to the law, he said, to whom the promise was given. It was pertaining to a certain people. Okay. He said, that's the reason Mashiach came. He only came for one reason. He had to come back because of the oath that was made. Because of blindness, we wound up allowing other people to get in. But the book told he had not cast away his people, he foreknew. There are people that's going to be gaining him. For some of it will be the regain. All right. Come on, keep moving. Let's go. 15, what did it say? I'll try to be quick. Come on.
And after these things, the Debar of Yahuah came to Abram in a kazoo, saying, Yahweh not, Abram, I shield thee, thy reward shall be very great. And Abram said, Adon, Yahuah, Adon, what wilt thou give me? Whereas I am departing without a yalit, but the ben of Mesech, my homeborn female slave, this Eleazar of Damascus, and Abram, since thou hast given me no seed, but my homeborn shall succeed me. Mm-hmm. And immediately there was a call of Yahuah to him, saying, this shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come out of thee shall be thine heir. And he brought him out and said to him, look up now to Shamayim and count the Kukabim, if thou shalt be able to number them fully. And he said, thus shall thy seed be.
Okay.
And Abram Aman Elohim, and it was counted to him for Sadiq.
Mm-hmm.
And he said to him, I am Elohim that brought thee out of the Arats of the Chaldeans, so as to give thee this Arats to inherit. Mm-hmm. And he said, Adon Yahuah, how shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said to him, take for me an heifer in her third Shana, and a she-goat in her third Shana, and a ram in his third Shana, and a dove and a pigeon. So he took to him all these, and divided them in the midst, and set them opposite to each other. Mm-hmm. But the birds he did not divide. Mm-hmm. And birds came down upon the bodies, upon the divided parts of them, and Abram sat down by them. And about Shemar said, a trance fell upon Abram, and lo, a great gloomy terror falls upon him. Mm-hmm. And it was said to Abram, thou shalt surely know that thy seed shall be a sojourner in a Arats, not their one, their own.
Say in ours, listen.
And they shall enslave them.
Wow. And?
Afflict them.
And do what?
Humble them.
How long? 400
shanim.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. And they're going to get saved right now.
And the Gui, whomsoever they shall serve, I will shop it. And after this, they shall come forth hither with much property.
That's all I'm saying. That's why I can't get that? I've been here 400 years. Why I can't come out from among them? Why would he put that in me all of a sudden one desire to come out from among them? We can rule ourselves. How am I going to get, because you can't possess none of these people. They still own it. Mm-hmm. Right now they let you use it. I don't get this. How is it I'm supposed to be good? He done told the man that folk they're going to proceed out from him, that they're going to go somewhere, they're going to be enslaved, they're going to be put through, and then he said he going to save them right there. Hold on, slide back down, 14. And I'm going to save them right there. Go ahead, I'm going to save them right there. What happened now at 14?
And the Gui, whomsoever they shall serve, I will shafet. And after this, they shall come forth hither with much property.
That's all I'm saying. Why I can't come out from among them? Why I got to stay? Why I can't? When we talking about the oath that he done said, that he done shot. Why I got to want less than what he said? White people don't have to say that because they ain't been under nobody in slavery. 400 years, they can't prove nobody been enslaved no 400 years. They have nowhere to put this at. He done say here, and then try to attach yourself to Abraham. That makes no sense. But when the people sit here and look at it, we've been sitting here as long as these people sat there for 400 years. And he told us that he was going to send us back to Mizraim. You telling me anybody else can connect themselves back? No one else can connect themselves back to 400 years. Except for our father when they were first in Mizraim and our captivity here. How do we come here on planes? Motorcycles. That's what he told you in the book about in all of how you were going in ships. And your life was going to hang in doubt. You were going to pray it was day when it was night, and you were going to pray it was night when it was day. And that you have no certainty of your life. How people come with us not acknowledging what the book says? This is book. How could you believe anything else and not believe this? Let's see what he told. Let's go back to 169. Orion. This is not a racist message. This is true. And I don't know why people don't say, if you believe the book, how you don't believe this? Why this man prolong? Why you ain't good of your soul? Say this man is talking about him being delivered from his enemies. The Romans hated them. Listen. This is where we left off at, 72? Where we left off at? All right, 72, listen.
To perform Rakam to our abode, and to Zakar his Kodash Barith.
So he had to do it. He's got to come back and perform. Why he said he already did that? He ain't doing that no more. That's over with. They came out of Babylon. They came out of Mizraim. So that's over with. That's why he said that's been fulfilled. The man telling you he's got to perform this. Delivering us from them that hate us. You can't stand the people that hate you. They're not going to do you right. People get conscious. That not mean why. How y'all believe he moved on the laws of them, but he can't move on my law to know it's time for us to break away? I ain't telling y'all to kill nobody. You can't sit under these people. That's not your liberation. Come on.
The oath which he shaba to Abraham, our Abba.
Don't even use Abraham's name no more. That made no sense to use his name no more. Why would I use this man's name and I say I'm good with staying here? That makes no sense. And I'm going to say, the oath the one he shaba, what did he tell the man? That your seed is going to be under some people and enslaved. I'm going to shafet those people. And I'm going to deliver you. You're going to come out with much substance. What I've been telling y'all, break away from them and let leave poor. Why is it what I said the same thing it said and it's racist? And it's in this book. I ain't talking about killing. Why am I saying it? Why would he say that and I'm saying the same thing? That you're going to be delivered. That makes no sense. Zachariah couldn't even talk. His mouth, why you worried about? You probably, thank the Lord, I can open my mouth. Thank the Lord, I can breathe. Whoa, Lord, I got a son, I'm going to call it John. Name of man and prostitutes. Somebody said that. That man, Tom Walou, he went right back to, listen, that man going to raise up a horn of salvation. Right in the Beth of Daoud, just like he Shabbat. That we're going to get salvation and be delivered from the hands of them that hate us. If you don't hate us, what's the problem? I'm probably going to get mad at somebody that hates us. Come on.
The oath which he shaba to Abraham, our Abba, that he would grant to us.
Grant to us? You know what a grant is.
Don't have to pay it
The
back.
man said give us a grant. They worry about that Pell grant. I'm worried about the grant Elohim done wrote. Why I can't get that grant? What wrong with that grant? Because I ain't got to go through the state. Listen.
That being delivered from the hand of our enemies.
This make no sense. Let's talk about sin. Let's talk about sin. What happened? Listen what he said now. Doing what now?
that being delivered from the hand of our enemies.
Stop. That made no sense. Why I need to be delivered from my enemy? If I got rid of sin, sin ain't my enemy. Sin not my enemy. Why, what is he talking about? Once I got rid of sin, I'm already free. What is this man talking about? This man is a Nabal. Why is he talking about being delivered from who?
Our enemies.
I can't imagine what I could do. Listen.
We may serve him without
Hold on a minute. You tell me I can't serve the man as a slave? Hold on a minute. I don't get this. I need somebody, white America, explain to me. Tell me how it makes sense that these folks being delivered from the hand of them. What are we reading here that they were beating on them? Do we have any writing where they were beating on them as Yahudim when they was under the Romans? None. Why are they worried about it? Why is he talking about them being delivered from the hands of them? So that they might do what?
Serve him without
I couldn't imagine it. Serve him how?
Without Yara.
Woo, without, how you serving now? And how else?
In Kodash.
Separated.
In Sadak, before him, all our Yamin.
So let me get this straight. If he going to deliver them so they can serve him without fear and righteousness all the day, how were the other days? I'm confused. I can't get how white America thinks that I got a message or hate white America breaker. The message is here.
That's right.
We read nowhere where they were being beat with a whip. We read nowhere where they were taking their money and the police was shooting them. Nowhere we read this in the writing, and you ain't gonna make it up. Y'all got me? Why he bringing it up now? Why he bringing that up now? Because they knew you cannot serve this man in no captivity. Stop lying to yourself. I know what I'm teaching. Why they want to be delivered? That makes no sense. You the Kohan Alahim, the Kohan lips ought to keep what? And the people should hear the Torah well. Is it not Bible? Why this man just said they need to be delivered to be able to serve the man? I told you I know what black people need. I know what the man said. You cannot, y'all stay stupid. Whoever want to, you cannot serve this man correctly. Because these people, listen, you can have your heart set to do what you want to do. White folks shut it down. When we want to go out and we want to go keep a 3-day muhart, what does Pharaoh say? They ain't even white, they're black. He said, you need to be at work. He said, why are you keeping the folk from their work? Yahuah tried to show you then, you can't serve in captivity. Listen, they've tried it, it don't work. When Malcolm, y'all want to go build that wall, that man had to go through so much red tape, he needed so much paperwork to get across the water. To go build it, he couldn't just, that man gave him that. His other folk was stopping him. He said, I need letters to be able to cross over. I need your permission to go. I need your permission to go serve my Elohim. Stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. That's all. So if I'm racist, the book racist. If I'm trying to get people to do something wrong, the book wrong. I ain't trying to get nobody to do nothing wrong. How's it wrong when the man just saying told you this? Finish right quick, the 13th chapter. That's just being honest. I don't hate nobody. I hate stupidity. I hate wrong. I don't think we shouldn't do it to nobody. Nobody should. Everybody, I say, leave everybody alone so people can serve. Whatever you want to serve, let you serve whatever you want to serve. I want to be free to serve. I'm good with Elohim. I ain't got no problem with Elohim. I ain't got no problem with none of his ways. None. I just know that for people of color, if you don't understand the dynamics of what has happened to the people and how it still affects them, the effects of slavery is not over. I don't know how people think it's over because we driving in cars and we living in houses. You ain't gonna believe it. Niggas were riding in horses and wagons back then. Every nigga wasn't in no slave. There were black people, quote unquote, that owned slaves. We had black people with money. That changed slavery? Because we had 10 black people who bought their freedom. Slavery was good? Stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. White people need to go in slavery for 400 years. Then go talk to me. Right. Talk to me about it then. Tell me how you see it. You go do it for 400 years. Let your mama, your grandmama, and her grandmama them get raped and kill your sisters, kill your uncle, and kill your daddy and grow up without your father and don't have no history and come talk to me and tell me what I need to teach and how I need to teach it. You're going to be teaching for white folk to be treated fair, white folk to have right, and that's right. You ain't asking that wrong. Right is right. Nobody shouldn't do it to nobody. Shouldn't do it to nobody. Everybody just stop it. Everybody here been wrong. We've been wrong with each other. Black folk, you rotten. You got a rotten heart. We rotten. We ain't get better, we got rotten. And I know if you could put things back and you give them a chance, say, listen, you saying white folk, and I messed up your life, now I'm going to let you take control and you govern yourself. And now let's see if you monkey this up. We need to see, do you have the ability to do it? But I already know you're going to fail without Elohim. I wouldn't do it without Elohim. I wouldn't trust y'all coons. All right, come on, look at that, 22. Let me finish this up, listen.
And
Oh, we
I
already read this. Y'all remember this. Spoil me according to abandoned. Come on, 23. I'm getting ready to let y'all go. Listen.
And in those Yamin,
What happened?
I saw the Yahudim
Who did what?
had married Nashim of Ashdod,
And who else?
of Ammon,
And?
of Moab.
Okay. And what happened?
And their Benin spoke half in the language of Ashdod,
And did what?
did not know how to speak in the Yahudim language.
The language don't make sense. English is good enough. They could have just stayed at Ashdod and Moab. This is what he did.
And I strove with them and all of them, and I smote them, some of them, and plucked off their hair.
Let me get this straight. I'm confused. This got to be a different book. Let me get me straight. Let me borrow it for a second. This is the gate right here. All right? All right, go back. There's one time, go back. Come back a second time. All right, listen. Shabbat, do me a favor. Don't come back. I'm going to stretch my hands out against you. Okay? All right, good. Stay away. Now what happened these days? You stay around. Go ahead. What happened now? What happened in these days?
And I strove with them and all of them, and I smote some of them, and plucked off their hair.
For what reason?
And made them swear by Shabbat by Elohim, ye shall not give your Banu to their Beni, and ye shall not take of their Banu to your.
I'm looking at this stuff here, trying to figure. Now, the Shabbat is very serious, most sacred. But for some reason, I find okay to take my hand, start slapping, snatching hair, and got a person here, because I'm looking at, you can't speak the language. Not only did you give your kids over these folks, you can't speak the language, because he brought up the language. I'm very confused on how English is the equivalent when why he wasn't good if Moab can say the same thing. Because don't forget, Moab is the same children of Lut. These are Lut's descendants. Yet I'm very concerned about putting my hands on you and snatching hair out of your head because you can't speak the language. I'm confused. I'm just confused. And I'm making these folks Shama. I know they got to put them away, but the first issue he brought up was they couldn't speak in the language. And you look at this, why? They couldn't speak the language. This is what I want everybody to understand. I believe that the language has more significance than what's given. And the reason why, because we want to get back to the very roots of what he did. There's a reasoning for why the book was interpreted, because we were dispersed and scattered in all these places. Make no mistake. In these places where we were dispersed and scattered, you could not speak your language. They would not let you come here and speak no African language nor Aboriginal language, okay? Which would work to the plan that's been done, how these other people have played to be who you're supposed to be, and you can't define yourself because they try to say, well, speak the language. You can't because they took it from you. They gave you English. They gave you an English version book. They gave you the whole hypothesis of Jesus and the whole ideology of him. And now when you come back to reclaim and say, no, not root and go back, this makes sense. I can comprehend and understand this. The English is equivalent. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Why he just didn't look at if they serving Yahuah, what difference does it make if they speaking in Moab, and they speaking in Watusi? Why is this a concern to you? Because it's going to make sense for them to go back. It's going to make sense for them to go back to the language. It's going to make sense for you to be able to keep this heritage that we're coming back to. This is a simplistic speech that he had when he talked with Abraham, when he talked to Yasakak, when he talked to Yaakov. Listen, when he came to Yaakov and he saw it, he said, listen, when he wanted to leave labor, he said, listen, Go back to the place where I first appeared to you. And you know where he went to, Dane, since I'm looking at you? Came to Conyers. If you leave in the hands of white folk, he was in Orlando, Florida. White people just won't leave stuff the way it is. The demographics off, they control it, all the maps by them. Give me the black map. And they can say it funny, you can't keep eating from your oppressors. At some point, you got to get conscious. If somebody hates you, why are you letting them control your stuff? Come on, for you come to the restaurant, come on. You go to the counter. Let me take you, come on now, right to the counter. What you want? I'm taking it. Okay, go sit down. Will you come to the, cause first of all, I'm finna call the police. Anytime somebody put their hand on that carrier, it's criminal. You ready this time? You ready this time? Come on, let's try it. Come on. We'll try it. We ain't making no promises. Yeah, take it. What you want? What? I'll tell you. $20. Hurry up. So give me the money. You want this? This is what you've been getting. Disrespect, the whole nine. Cause nobody feel like you deserve respect. Why would you take the food? I ain't talking to you right when you came. I ain't handling you right. Then I take it. Why would you eat the food? That's all I'm trying to get people to see. If we get to the truth, we can enrich ourselves so we can break some of the hate we have against ourselves. See, what white people don't realize, you made us to where we hate ourselves. And you don't believe we hate ourselves because you dogged us so bad. You showed us every ideology of the worst part of ourselves. Never achievers. We're underachievers. You can never do. They said your system has done it. So when you settle down and say, listen, Jesus come to save you. I don't see how. I don't see how this is going to work. He white, heaven white, everything white. You told me everything negative about myself. You give me every negative ideology. Tell me how I place salvation in it. And they can't see it because it's not your plight. It affects you. I know why a lot of black people will not embrace this teaching. Because when they look at it, it just don't make sense. I'm getting slapped. I'm getting kicked. Pray. Man, I got to pay my light bill. I tell you I got off your sister. Pray. Them lights coming off later on. And man used to say, oh, wow, these people don't pray. They get things done. We need to see where things really are set for us to where we have a real chance. And he knew those people need to be from under them to be able to serve without fear. To do it right. Hold on, you can't serve right in slavery? Why he saying they're going to serve him righteous? So you weren't serving him righteous before? You weren't serving him without fear before? Yes, he's not talking about the fear of Elohim, the fear of the rulers over you. This is real for people of color. This ain't no dream. Listen, white people walk out the door to freedom or whatever it is. We had to walk out. We see a police. You really have to fan them on. This could go bad for us. One white man can run our whole life. One white man can destroy a whole family. Or one white man can stop them and see. What man in hell is sole provider for his family? Danny. White police can pull him over. You all right, boy? Boy? Who you calling the boy? I'm talking to you. And put my hand, and he do this stuff here. Don't put your hand in my face. What's it? He's assaulted. You just made me oppressor. He just assaulted me. Now this done went back. Now it's snatching. Who you grabbing up on? Now it go bad. I'm here for some more. When they coming, they throw down, put down, in jail, no bond. How long can you stay in jail with no bond and your family, your house keep running? They get evicted, get put out. Just typically what happened. Out the door, evicted, done. He in prison, felony, got to get an attorney, he can't afford it. By the time it's over with, they're done. That's one black family wiped out from one white man who still got his job. We can't stay him. You can't do that. One black man, one white man gets started, he's going to have a fair day in court. Listen, they just locked up a man, and he killed them people in Moscow, India, what's up? Idaho? Utah. Stopped him twice and let him go. Video cam. Police come to the other side, talk to him. They asked him, do you want to fight extradition to go back? They don't ask you no question about that. Listen, do you want to fight extradition to go back? Which means he can fight it. Now, they got to try to come to court and try to prove to get him back over to that state. He said, no, I don't want to fight. I want to go. Did y'all see how he was beat up, how they did him in his face? When they show us how we look. That's a difference. It's not fair. All I'm saying is do the same thing to everybody. You ain't going to be able to be saved here. Y'all can believe what you want to believe. You ain't going to be able to do it now under them. It's impossible. Now, you listen to these folks tell you that. Why that man said they're going to serve without fear? Why that man talked about getting salvation when they get from under these folks? That's part of their salvation, was being delivered from them. Yes, being able to serve him without fear. Being able to live righteous. You cannot do it because they're not going to let you. The system has a control. They'll implement a law that's going to, listen, when they put a law there, the law will make you criminal. They've learned, just like they did with they are. You make a law, they make it illegal. They know churches used to teach against homosexuality. Now they'll make law. You'll lose your 501c and lose your grant. Church can't afford to go in the hole. They sold out. That's how they keep you down. So what kind of people run the country? Wicked people. And they make other white people who ain't a part of the system look bad. That's why other white people need to stand and say, it's wrong. Black folk that make us look bad, white people, we need to start. It's wrong. I don't get, white people just can't say what's right and what's wrong. Because everybody worry about how they're going to offend somebody else. Somebody got to be offended. Even Yahuah asked, does this also offend you? Why that man want them? Why was he concerned about them speaking in the language? That should have nothing to do. Stick with what your Torah was. Your Torah was that these people were not supposed to marry these people. That's the Torah. There was nothing in the Torah that said you weren't ever supposed to speak the Abari words. Yet he brought this up because he looked that was a problem. Because you can't speak your language. In the 70s, a lot of y'all wasn't living. The so-called Negro, late 60s, started going Afrocentric. They got rid of it. You know what I'm saying, man? The 70s were wide on. The braids, the afros were out. Dashikis, the African color were out. They wiped that whole generation out. That whole little section wiped out. They stole Michael Jackson in our face, gave him a cure, let one fell right here. We lost it. Okay. They remember, I'm telling you, the dashikis, the braids, the pics had the green and the red on it. I ain't saying it was salvation. People just started rooting back. It was the way you greeted each other. You were my soul sister. It wasn't sister, let me holler. If you try, you say, look at sister, let me holler at sister, let me holler at your sister. You talk to each other like that. So I'm still talking with my brother. So the conversation, one to come and say, well, this way, because I acknowledge you as a sister, you acknowledge me as a brother. But what's up, ho? You chilling? Where they going? What you look at? What's wrong with my mentality and I'm comfortable enough to think this going to go somewhere when I address you as ho? Because we lost it. I ain't going to put on white people, everything on white. I'm just telling you, because of how we've been systematically done for so long, it damaged us. And now you never fair with yourself. You ain't fair with your emotions because it offend other people. You don't think them slave movies offend others? Let me tell you something. Good Time is one of the worst shows ever been shown on TV, and for example. When they take every nigga in the project to have a rent party, they pay one person rent. I remember they had to raise up money for one to rent. They had a rent party. Y'all remember that? They had to have what looked entertaining, that's sad. It took all of them to have a rent party to raise up her money. What about the time when Emma, what's her name, Emma, when she made the meatloaf? Who remember what the meatloaf was made out of? You gave us a show where they were so poor they ate dog food for meatloaf. Do you understand how insulting that is to us? Show me a show where you show white people eating dog food. Because you'll insult us in our face and you'll think it's okay. They say, well, you making everything, but why you just don't show me Jerry Seinfeld eating it? Anything they can do, Friends. Did they eat dog food? They eat cat food. See, they don't eat ramen noodles. They don't eat this stuff. They insult. You don't realize how they insult. What do you think the mentality is? I've been watching that show. I want to eat meatloaf out there for a while. I want to look like dog food. Because they can show you a show like that, and you ain't going to believe what they call it. Them were the good times. The daddy got killed trying to go get a job. You know what the name of the show was? Good Time. Anytime any of that stuff have good time, scrapping and surviving, that's good time. Huh? Hanging in a child line. What is it? You hanging in a child line? That's good time. And you ain't gonna believe it. Ain't we lucky we got them? What we got? Good time. Yeah, nigga. Okay. That's it. I'm trying to tell you, you don't realize how it hurt you. That hurt you. That was our TV show. That was our TV show. George Jefferson, the only one we had with money, and he was an idiot. Seven stores he started out. He had 14 stores. Tom worked for a publishing company, and Tom was never broke. Mr. Bentley worked at the UN as an interpreter. He was an idiot. None of them ever struggling. None of their stuff never got lost. When Tom did lose something, it caused a George dumb mind finding some idiot want to invest in something. You never seen him struggle. You never seen Mr. Bentley finna be evicted. He owned 14 dry cleaners. These guys worked jobs for other people, and they lived in the same. They were good friends with Mr. Whittendale, who owned the building, and George could never get a day with Mr. Whittendale. Y'all remember that shot? He kept wanting to meet Mr. Whittendale. Every time he said, I just got the elevator. We was just talking. He invited me. They worked the job. Why wouldn't I want to talk to a man on 14 cleaning stores? Oh, he didn't have a car. Tom had a build. He worked for a publishing company. Didn't write books, won an author. Life was great. Never seen Mr. Bentley struggling. He chilling, he come in, walk on my back for me. Get up, thank you, and going on his thing and having party going. And you don't realize how shows insult you. I'm gonna give y'all ain't down. Don't worry about it. I'm tired. I'm tired. Our color is no reason for us to apologize. We don't owe nobody no apology for our color. It's beautiful. It's just bad the way we think. It's bad the way we've been programmed. It's bad how we operate. All I want to be able to say, why not just want to see people doing well for themselves? What's wrong with that if us being well, us being healthy, us being free, us know how to treat each other, what would be wrong with that? Why would that hurt white America? If you thought positive about yourself and you actually could do it, if you actually saw yourself as a fair, equal partner, you will be able to serve better. You can't be. And it's going to dampen you in your salvation fight. Because you got to spend a lot of your time fighting the system. Just like them. Yeah. Look at Barabbas. What was it? What was he? Robber. And overthrowing government. What else? He was a murderer. Who did he kill? Who was he robbing? Let's just be practical. The people that were there got to vote on it, the jury. Nobody picked him. I wonder why the Yahuah didn't pick him. Tight. Wouldn't have been hard to pick him when he the one killing us, trying to overthrow the Yahudim. Okay, I'm just trying to help him. And he ain't gonna believe it. He was born of the Father. Go figure. They're gonna hate me because all I'm trying to do, I want to see everybody equal. Everybody just be fair. But you can't be fair when you're gonna live a lie. You can read that book you want to and tell yourself them lies. I'm not gonna do it. I know the man wants to be delivered. You just read it. Now how you don't believe this? Them folks said they're gonna serve him without fear all the days of their life. What was their mentality? For Yahushua left, why they want to know when he going to deliver them back to Malkut? This man just done breathed on you and gave you the Ruach HaKodesh, told you to receive the Ruach HaKodesh. You've been taught by that man for about 3.5 years. Why are you worried about some little natural funky kingdom? They knew it needed to be put back in their hands. It's only logical it makes sense that you will restore us to Malkuth at this time. Don't try to obtain nothing without salvation first, but you got to be practical in your adventure, in your endeavor to do it. You got to be fair, you got to be right, even with yourself. And sometimes when you look at the things that you deal with, you got to understand other races don't see it the same way because it's not their struggle. It's a real struggle when we see what happened to us. When we heard that man tell you on there, y'all gonna kill me, y'all gonna join for, why was he saying out the road they gonna kill him? And then they're gonna say, he probably killed himself. Yeah, sure he did it. He could have either done that, just ran out in front of traffic. If y'all know the way he ran to, he ran in front of a car and stopped because he knew he needed witnesses. Listen, they're going to handle white people different than they're going to handle us when they arrest us. Now, you can be stupid if you want to. The man know what he called. He heard he said, going to George Floyd me. You didn't see that officer handing? That was a nigga. You saw the hand hit neck. I understand. Now, you have to be able to get a person to where you need to get them so you can handle them. Let me get this straight. An officer got to look at their safety because you handle somebody, they can grab your gun. So you got to get that person to where you can get them to where I'm safe. And I'm keeping you safe from yourself. Your safety first, other person. Taser in the back, facing down, I just don't say it necessary. Give him one shot. We ain't got to lay it in the back of his chair right where it's hard at to keep going. I won't count him on being a racist. I'll count him on being an irresponsible police officer. For that, he should be fired and charged. That's all in charge and fire. Is nobody with no skill level or no police officer going to sit here and say, I agree, he should have stuck it on the back of his chair where it's hard at and keep, Tell them to do that to you in the academy. Stick it in your back and keep letting that thing go off in your heart. Nobody do that in the academy. They're going to give you just a shock of that thing, let you see what you're giving. So he knew what he was giving it because in the academy, they're going to make you do it. That's dangerous. So I say charge him for being an irresponsible police. He need to get the maximum. Yeah, don't charge him for being no racist because I don't believe he was racist. I heard how he talked to him at the first. I think he wasted too much time. He should have shut him down the first time. So you just ran from an accident. I'm not finna keep chasing you, okay? I've done enough. Once we got him, you get one command. That's it. I'm not finna keep talking to you and giving you no choice of where to sit. You broke that when you ran. All bets off when you ran. And you moving too much for me. Had he handled him the first time, a lot of that could have been stopped. Now that I charge him for. There's no way I'd let him keep running. That's stupid. You moving around why would I be letting you move around? You don't get to make no choices. You broke that. Now because of him being irresponsible and not being proactive and shutting that stuff down, you let him get to this point and this is where it went. Now that they should pull him for. Say, you know what? I ain't gonna get you. I'm gonna get you for the fact you should have stopped that when you got off that motorcycle. You should have never let him move around you. You should have gave him no option to move the key. You don't get no choices. You blowed it. You can't run off and tell me what you're going to do. You're done. That part, he should be fired for. Y'all don't see it that way, do you? I'm just being honest. That's the purpose of why you getting trained. You have to shut stuff down. Because you got to think, if we keep going, you keep pissing me off, you're going to make me hurt you. The purpose of shutting you down so this don't keep going and get worse. To me, you getting no struggling and fight. I don't need that because I'm going to wind up killing you. Shut you down there, you caused an accident, you ran off, I ain't got time to chase you. I'm not finna be chasing you on no motorcycle. He could have popped out there, a car could have hit him. Boom, you got hit on a motorcycle because you should have shut him down once you got there the first time. That he should be fired for. Killing the man, you should go to jail because you don't know what you're doing.